Okay, I think it said the ad's finished up. Welcome in, Cairo, and welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the early raid. I appreciate it. Ah, it says that you guys were playing Steins Gate. Ooh. Isn't that one a visual novel? Or maybe not visual novel specifically, but has like an interactive fiction element to it. Ah, how was it? How did it go? Ah, thank you guys so much. Oh, well, this is exciting to have such an early raid. Oh, the sequel. I have not played Steins Gate, but it is one I've kept an eye on for if it goes on like a good sale. I just gotta actually have money to get it. I think I spelled that right. There we go. 95% visual novel, yeah.
Make sure to go check out Cairo_Wolf.
Before I started playing Genshin Impact, I'm not gonna lie, I was actually really on a visual novel kick. This is actually one of the free ones I picked up off on Steam. I love picking up free visual novels on Steam. But Cairo, if you need to raid and rest, just let me know. I appreciate you guys coming in and raiding. If you don't need to raid and run, then you're also welcome to stay and hang out. I think we're gonna have some chill vibes. Hey, a Taurus! Welcome in and happy birthday! It's a Taurus's birthday! Oh, you got the 5th ending. I love getting alternate endings on visual novel type games. That is exciting. Happy birthday, Taurus! Do you have work today, or did you get to have your birthday off? Also, so like this is a free game off of Steam. I have not actually played it ever yet. I was just looking through stuff. I'm like, I don't feel like playing. I didn't know what to play tonight. I was like looking through my Steam and I was like, I want to play this. And so, but the music for the opening screen is so pretty. I really like it. You do have work today. I'm sorry you gotta work on your birthday. I hope aside from having to work, though, that today's still been something special and that you can have fun, or maybe when you do have your off day, you can do something extra special. Thank you for stopping by, Taurus. I really appreciate it. And happy birthday, gosh. I'm so excited for you. Goodness, you guys just keep growing up. Everyone keeps growing up. It's kind of wild to think I've been doing this for a little over a year now, and so it like seeing people have their birthdays or, you know, hit another birthday since I like have met them, and I'm just like, it's so fun. It's so fun. But yeah, I've never played this game before, but I thought the art style looked really pretty. And I've been watching, oh man, watching Kat play Dark Knights on Mondays has made me like really want to play a visual novel. But I really like this. This looks pretty. I don't know which one is going to be the protagonist. I want to say it might be her. I did look at the Steam page to kind of refresh myself on what it's supposed to be about. And then there's somebody in the background. We don't even see what they look like. I wonder if we'll get that later. This guy looks really cute. He kind of reminds me of, like, if Alhaitham were blonde and wearing some sort of a headscarf instead of headphones. He's pretty, though. Oh, man. I guess we're gonna hit new. I've never played this one, so I'm curious. I'll read it, too, I think. I don't know if it'll be in English, if it has words. Hey, did you hear about the execution tomorrow?
Yes, one of Zethanian's own knights. They've kept the whole thing hush-hush, though.
I've heard rumors that it has something to do with the Chris Melia Pro.
Shh! We're outside.
Oh, right.
A poor girl. I heard she's a freshly recruited knight, too. What could she have done to deserve this?
The death sentence speaks for itself. Whatever she did, it put the whole kingdom at risk.
It's just a shame that she has to die so young.
Don't worry about it, dear. She must have deserved the punishment. Our kingdom knows what's best for us.
Oh, trusting the government? Uh-oh. Oop. Who is this handsome gentleman? It gives us no name.
The execution, could they be talking about that girl? Yes. I know I've been involved enough. But that girl. Oh dear.
The man sighed, rubbing his temples.
I've just helped her escape from a dangerous situation, and now she's getting herself into another mess.
His magenta eyes darted to the city, which was going to be an execution scene within a few hours.
Should I just detach myself like what I've always done? But
The man gazed at his bony hands, looking as though he had missed a familiar feeling associated with them whenever he clasps his hands.
Perhaps there's still something I can do.
He turned away, resolve in his eyes, and disappeared within the alley's shadow.
Oh, very interesting. We're starting with execution. This is scandalous.
Behind the steel bars of Zethania's dark and cold prison, a young woman with charred clothes and bruised skin was pacing to and fro within her cell, angry footsteps echoing throughout the prison. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I saw what I saw. A war is brewing. If they couldn't use me, They will use someone else. I need to find a way out of here and tell the world about their plans. But they're gonna execute me instead. What for? For telling the truth? I don't have much time. I need to find a way. I can't die here. The woman grabbed the steel bars and, in a fit of rage, tried to pry them open with her bare hands. Ah! But of course, no matter how much strength she used, the steel bars did not budge. Her shouts, however, were enough to alert the guards and attract them to her cell.
It's that crazy woman again. Just ignore her, she's gone mad. Besides, it's not like she's a magic user. She wouldn't be able to bend those bars even if she used her life's worth of willpower.
They let out a set of jeering laughs.
I don't know what she told the commander, but it must have been something extremely blasphemous for her to end up with capital punishment. What's her name again? She's that crazy ex-knight from the scouting division, right? Yeah. Altea Revendir.
Huh? At the mention of her name, a young man stopped in his tracks on his way to the prison's exit. Altea? Is it Altea or Altea? 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 I don't know, guys. We'll just go with Alto. I think they call her Alto for short. The stranger briefly glanced at the cell the young woman was in. He spotted a familiar face, one he could never forget. But just as he was about to approach her, a guard called out to him.
Hey you! Your visiting time is over! The exit is this way!
Right. Excuse me. As the man left, Alto noticed a small feather dangling on his right ear. That feather. Could it be? No, that's impossible. He'd never be here. Alto sighed, letting her back slump against the stone wall. You know that you're out of it when you start hallucinating. But who wouldn't? If today was the last day you had it in Gaia? I haven't even found her yet. Who's her? I wonder if it's that lady from the front. Oh, it's raining now. Zathania's kingdom city hall was surrounded by armor-clad knights that gray morning, and all preparations for the young woman's execution had been ready since dawn. Alto had been kneeling on the ground since then too, and all the pain she initially felt had been numbed by the piercing cold. Despite the heavy storm, citizens had flocked around the city hall, ready to capture the monumental moment of the knights killing one of their own. What a pitiful girl. She's so young. That traitor deserves it. Alto could hear each and every one of them talking, all their gossip, their curses, their sympathies. But now the rain had drowned out their voices. The only thing she could thank the rain for. After the crowd had settled, the knight's commander, a man who Alto once put her faith in, stepped up on the podium to signal her death. Wait, is this one of those ones where we're basically starting at the end? Are we going to have to go through the story? Like, are we going to die and it's going to put us back in time to fix things? That's the vibe I'm getting right now, guys. That's the vibe. The execution of Alto Revendir shall now commence. The executioner busied himself by polishing his axe, ensuring he would end the girl's life in a single slash. Alto closed her eyes. I guess this is the end, huh? If I knew this was how it would turn out, maybe I should have just stayed back home and became a regular craftswoman. But I still haven't found you yet. I don't get it. What did I do wrong? I did what I could for the knights, for you. And this is how I'm rewarded? Gods, if you're really governing Gaia, as written in the myths, then why are you letting this happen to me? The commander glared at her now with frigid, relentless eyes.
Any last words, traitor?
It's hard to believe that those words came from the same mouth that gave her words of encouragement when she was but a squire. The girl's cracked lips parted, but she was unable to form any words. All she could do was stare at the executioner's merciless eyes and hope she would at least die a quick and painless death. I'm sorry, Ellis. I hope that's how you say it, Ellis. She closed her eyes, knowing that she had done her best, and that it would all be over soon. That was terrifying. Okay.
Intruder! Intruder!
A sudden bam and a flurry of explosions blasted in the city hall. Citizens gasped and screamed as debris showered them from overhead. Hi, Halfway Apollo, welcome in! Alto opened her eyes just in time to see a hooded figure throwing a vial against the ground. It exploded and let out plumes of gray smoke, obscuring the entire city hall, along with any light source in the vicinity. Panic-stricken shouts and confused screams ensued in the sight. But before Alto had a chance to react, she felt the ropes binding her wrists loosen. A figure emerged from the mist, extending their hand towards her.
Quick, let's get out of here.
I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm guessing it's the guy from earlier. I don't know. Alto looked up, and the first feature she saw of her savior was... Oh, frick. Okay. I get to pick. Alrighty. Alrighty. I get to pick who saves me. Oh, I don't know, guys. Can I save? Let's save. We're gonna save here. Then return. Alrighty, guys. Let's... Where's, like... Do I have a coin to flip or anything like that? Wait. I think I can tell the robot. Okay. One tail... Heads is going to be the piercing magenta eyes. And then tails will be feather. Oh, heads. We're going with the first one. Okay. His piercing magenta eyes. As if by instinct, Alto took his hand and was pulled back to her feet. The moment they touched, a strange wave of relief flooded her. She was sure she had never met the stranger before. So how was it possible that his hand felt so familiar? Follow me. He pulled her out of the execution site. Silver dust fumed at every corner, blocking Alto's vision, but the stranger's movements were fluid, as if he could see right through the mist of debris. Magic was what Alto thought as she let the stranger lead her away. Could this person be a magic user? The stranger dashed to an alleyway, turned a sharp corner, and opened an underground hatch.
Get in.
Wait, who are you? And Why did you help me? As the mist slowly settled, Alto glimpsed strands of blonde hair peeking out from under his hood.
Now's not the time. Go!
Alto had no choice but to follow the stranger's demand. After all, he was her only source of hope for now.
Where did they go? I don't know. Did we lose them? Damn it! We can't let her get away.
Chapter 1: The Mysterious Savior. Oh, little camp in the countryside? After they had escaped the chaos in the city and ran far into the woods, the man beckoned the girl over to his tent. Alto was initially wary of his intentions, but it was a fact that he had saved her life.
Drink this.
What is it?
It's a medicinal drink. It'll restore your energy.
Alto accepted the drink and took a tentative sip from it. She grimaced. Bitter. The man chuckled, a sound that startled her.
Pinch your nose and drink it in one go. It's more bearable that way.
Alto listened to the man. In a few moments, she opened her eyes wide, suddenly refreshed. What herb is it?
It's a type of weed, to be exact. It grows everywhere, but due to its taste, people disregard it as useless.
Ah, I see. Wait, a weed?
Relax, I wouldn't have dragged you this far out only to kill you.
Thank you. My name is Alto. What's yours?
Keisha, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Keisha is a very calming person to be around.
We just met, guys.
It's like being with her. I'm in your debt.
There's no need.
But I insist. I mean, you saved my life. He paused, gazed at the tent entrance. There was a sense of contemplation from the man. Before she could question what was wrong, he looked back at her.
Don't worry, I'm just glad you're all right.
Alto wanted to press him for more information. With the tent flaps open, she quickly peeked past him. There didn't seem to be much. A lump of fabric was positioned at one of the walls, and across the length of the tent were two bundles of greens and flowers hanging along a string. Are you an herbalist? She felt strange asking, almost guilty for looking into a private space. But her curiosity overrode her politeness, and Keisha seemed okay with her presence in question.
In a way, but not fully.
What do you do then?
I'm an alchemist.
Alchemist? Can he use magic? They stood there in awkward silence before Keisha glanced around and then moved into the tent, turning to look back at her.
Come in.
As Alto walked past the threshold, he closed the flaps behind her. A light soon lit up the interior of the tent. The bundle of fabric had been a makeshift bed, and she now noticed a book next to it. Looking closely at the colorful assortment of hanging plants strung across the top of the tent, she felt slightly inspired. Even though she had seen some of the common greens and flowers in the wild, when gathered together and with silent purpose, she
she appreciated their existence even more.
Beautiful.
This would make a calm painting, especially with the warm lighting bouncing off and creating the stark shadows. She followed the light, turning around to try and memorize the scenery before her, and she locked eyes with Keisha. Suddenly embarrassed by her enthusiasm, she looked down, putting her arms behind her back. Sorry. I like painting.
There's nothing to be sorry about. Painting is a learned skill. You must be very good.
Alto looked up, wide-eyed.
No, not at all. It's just something fun that I enjoy.
He gave her a soft smile. Anyway, what do you do as an alchemist?
I do what all alchemists do. I collect samples, I study their properties, and I document my findings.
Sounds like a scientist almost. You must do a lot of traveling then. Seen all over the world?
The world is vast. I still have plenty to see.
Still. She looked down at her hand, realizing she still held the vial Keisha had offered her earlier with the drink. She held it up to him.
Oh,
Changing her mind, she pulled the vial back.
Wait, let me clean it for you. Is there water nearby?
Keisha nodded, placid.
If you listen carefully, you can hear the stream just some distance away. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Just be careful. They could still be looking for you. Wait, before you go, here.
Keisha handed her a simple sheathed knife that was attached to a waist belt.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this!
In case you need to defend yourself.
Alto nodded, strapping it around her before leaving the tent. As told, she waited in silence as she focused to pick up the sound of the water. The faint but fast rippling of moving water caught her attention, and she walked in its direction. As Keisha described, the stream was easy to spot. Alto waded over, careful not to slip on the dirt sides that bordered the stream. Crouching, she held the vial in the water, meticulously lifting it up to dump out the liquid and putting it back in to rinse. After a few passes, she was satisfied and shook it, letting the excess droplets fly off. The gentle sounds of the flowing water relaxed Alto, and she decided to take a break next to the stream. How did she end up running away from the law she once admired and had joined? I could go back. Ellis, where are you? Alto's mind wandered as she stared out at the water. She lowered her hand, dipped it into the cool current, letting the water flow past her fingers. Near their home was an active pond. The water was clear. Water plants populated the bottom, and small school of fish lived within it. Shaded by the surrounding trees, it was the obvious choice to spend time at. During one peculiar warm season, when they were kids, the sun high in the sky beamed heavily down, so hot that moisture from all nearby vegetation clouded the air. Sol, one of Alto's childhood friends, made the easy decision to drag Alto and Ellis into the pond to cool off.
Oh!
Take that!
Alto shrieked. Ah!
What was that for? Sol had run his arm across the surface of the water, forming a wave in Alto's direction, hitting her in the face. Got you! That was mean! It was a joke, come on! Sol rolled his eyes. It's not a big deal. We don't do this all the time. But that hurt. My mouth was open too. Gross. As she spit out the remaining water, Alto saw Sol reach out to her out of the corner of her eye. When the splashing from Ellis caught close to them, however, Sol stopped. As she looked up, he turned the opposite direction and started swimming across the pond. Wait, come back here, you jerk! Are you okay? I heard the loud splash and your scream. Yeah, I'm okay. You know how Sol is sometimes. Alto puffed her cheeks at Ellis, and Ellis cleaned up the strands of hair away from her face. I know. Ellis smiled as she finished. Alto returned it. I'll just have to get him back. Wait, Alto! Ignoring the protests from Ellis behind her, she swiftly chased after Sol. In order to surprise him, Alto took a deep breath, diving underneath the surface. But before she got too close to him, she breached the water, popping up with a splash. Sol spun around to investigate the noise, but it was too late. Accompanied by a great burst of energy, Alto whipped her arm around, creating a wave larger than the one Sol had hit her with. Whoa! Before Sol could protest, Alto could see him open his mouth, eyes widening in surprise, and the water wave hit him, and he toppled over. Ha! That's what you get! She cheered to herself, and when Ellis finally caught up to her, she laughed. Ellis weakly shook her head, though her expression looked like she was fighting off a chuckle. As Ellis went to check on the resurfaced Sol sputtering out water, Alto leaned onto her back, letting her body float. The sun still shining, right above, she closed her eyes, letting the pond drift her along. Alto found herself on her back, and she pushed herself up. Will I need to travel across the lands to find you? I need a new plan. The guards took everything I had on me before putting me in that cell. She paused, almost frantically. She reached around her waist. Relaxing when she felt the handle poking out of the leather sheath. She curled her hands around the wrapped grip and swiftly pulled it out. I almost forgot he gave me this knife. I can definitely make something for now. Getting up from her spot, she searched the surrounding brush for a sturdy stick to shape. She weighed every possible stick she could, picked one, and sat back down to sharpen one end of the stick. After making it into a proper spike, she continued fashioning the rest of the wood, smoothing out the jags and bumps. She admired her creation after she shaved the last strand of bark, standing back up to evaluate it. A few quick jabs and thrusts with the crafted weapon helped her lift her spirits, and after checking on the vial, she decided to head back. Not wanting to surprise the man if he was deep in concentration, she made sure to take heavy steps as she neared the tent. It was quiet enough, but she could hear soft steps inside. Keisha? A few moments of silence passed before the rustle of tent fabric was pulled up in front of her. Come in. She handed over the vial after stepping in, and Keisha accepted it. Thanks.
How are you feeling?
Much better. He raised a curious brow at the sharp stick, but did not probe further.
That's good to hear.
Keisha had been busy while she was away. Alto noticed. There were fewer bundles of green herbs and dried flowers hanging on the string now, and filled vials were displayed in a row along the other side of the tent. The book that had been previously next to the makeshift bed was now spread open with dense writing.
Is there someone you know or some place nearby where you can hide for a bit?
No.
I see.
His pause made Alto anxious. Would he kick her out now that she wasn't in any immediate danger? She raised her head to read his face. Contemplation showed on his face. In an attempt to sway any doubts in his mind, she pouted. Whether or not her actions worked, he seemed to understand.
Do you have any plans?
Alto nodded. I lost most of my things when I was in jail. I hope to visit the nearest town to gather supplies before I start. Before I leave.
I need to head into town as well, as you can imagine, for my studies. It shouldn't take too long of a journey to get there. If you would like, we could go together.
Alto perked up. Oh, of course. Keisha looked around, focusing on the dried plants left. He grabbed 2 small satchels, handing one over to Alto. She peered inside, finding a roll of twine in small jars. What are these for?
Gathering materials for the road ahead, unless you would like to rest instead.
No, I'll help. You'll have to let me know what we'll need. He tilted his head in acknowledgement and turned off the lantern. For a moment, she felt silly holding her crafted weapon and placed it down. But when she reached the entrance flap that Keisha held for her, she looked back, hesitating. Going back, she picked it up and returned to the front where Keisha stood. Just in case. Without a word, he continued, and Alto followed right behind him. Just like the stream, the fields where Keisha led her were nearby. Trees were sparse, but plenty of colorful vegetation and fruits thrived here. As promised, Keisha slowly pointed to the correct berries to pick, the right shrub to strip leaves and stems from, and the various reddish piles of soil to collect. He watched until she could correctly gather the materials, and she didn't mistake the poisonous bulbs with the nearly identical ugly seeds, leaving her to her own foraging. Fortunately, most of the ingredients Keisha needed were within the same vicinity, and Alto didn't stray far from the man. While their picking were strict and specific, Alto found the action of searching and gathering in nature to be fun. Huh? What was that? I could have sworn I heard something. Finishing up by tying the mint together and putting it into her satchel, she stood up. Alto hoped to see Keisha, but all in her view was the fields and the forest that stretched in front of her. Keisha? She took tentative steps to where she last saw the man, repeating her call. Keisha? Where are you? There was still no response, but the rustling seemed louder as she continued to wander towards the forest. Positioning her makeshift weapon so the pointed end stuck out in front of her, her senses gradually spiked. Taking each step with caution, she listened to the sounds, attempting to find the source. Keisha! Whatever was making the noise was now in front of her, but the tall grass hindered her view of what it was. Maneuvering the weapon so it could be held comfortably up, and with one hand she moved the tall grass to the side with her other arm. While she finally found Keisha, who was past the tall grass in one of the clearings of the forest, what stood in between them immediately jumped her heart. Keisha! The man turned around from his position, but almost fell over. A male Vitar boar stood between Alto and Keisha. It was a big beast, standing up to Alto's waist. Like all Vitar boars, it had 4 tusks protruding from its lower jaw. The 2 in the back much longer than the 2 in front. And like all Vitar boars, the full-grown males were extremely territorial. Alto watched as it stomped its hooves into the ground, throwing its head berserk. It's gonna charge. Keisha, use your magic! But the man froze. The beast seemed focused on Keisha, huffing as it pawed the ground. Why isn't he doing anything? Keisha! The second calling shook him out of his stupor, and he quickly grabbed at whatever was closest on the ground. Small stones flew at the creature, and sprays of dirt littered the air in between the two, but the boar stayed, now angrier. The boar started to run. It turned, rushing back into the tall grass. Alto could hear it change directions back to the 2 of them. Alto went into a defensive position, holding out her weapon straight in front of her. Though tension bound her stiff and she didn't understand why Keisha wasn't using magic, she had to protect him. He had saved her from execution. Gave her a knife, his knife, without hesitation. She would return the favor. The boar burst through the tall grass, but Alto made sure she was ready. It came at an angle, and her former knight training kicked in. She stood her ground, pivoting on her back foot at the last moment so she faced the beast head on. And again it spun to dodge the weapon point, veering back into the grasses. At the next pass, I'll mark it. The pounding of its hooves seemed desperate, wanting to hit its mark, but unsuccessful. Come out! On cue, it appeared out of the grass. Once more, Alto was ready. This time, when she pivoted to meet the boar, she took another step, thrusting the weapon out. The boar squealed, buckling back in an attempt to avoid the weapon. But Alto pushed, digging the weapon deeper into its flesh. It thrashed under the pain, a trickle of blood poured out of the wound. Not wanting to kill the beast, Alto pulled out the weapon, but kept it steady in front of her. Finally, the boar left. The sound of its hooves faded until all Alto could hear was her deep breathing. Lowering her weapon, she turned around. Keisha stood wide-eyed, a hand over his heart, and in the other a fistful of more rocks. His veil had fallen on the ground, now covered in dirt. Are you okay? He opened his mouth to say something, but opted to nod his head instead. They stared at each other, though thoughts swirled in Alto's mind. Can you use magic? No. Oh. That explained his behavior and inaction before, but the simple confirmation still surprised her. Yet with this one word, she felt a little less lonely in Gaia. Oh. Yes, come in. Piero, how many lives did the explosion take? There were 37 of us who did not make it, my lord. More than 50 of us are heavily injured. The healer, what is she doing? She is working hard to treat all of them, my lord, but there's only so much one poor person can do. Damn it! Damn that accursed Zathanian kingdom, sending us an explosion without any warning. Sir, this is just a suggestion, but why can't we go on the offensive with your magic and the Chrismali? We could. That is out of the question. The Chrismali is not ready yet. We would need to harvest the power of the blood moon. But we don't know when the next blood moon will come. I can wait. Even if it takes 1,000 years, I will see this project to the very end. The hooded man placed his hand on Piero's shoulder. Wait, now I'm confused. Wait, is this one Piero? Oh, I don't know. I'm confused at who's who now. But now that Subject 13 has escaped, I will need to rely on you, Piero. Only you can properly wield the final product. You're the only worthy weapon I have left. Yes, my lord. Oops. So yeah, this is Piero. Oops. They both got this, like, crystal gem thing here. I wonder if that guy's the guy with the long hair we see in the opening that's in just a silhouette. Maybe we unlock a route later. Alto stretched, rotating her shoulders in an attempt to ease the soreness. Man, my muscles ache from all the action yesterday. I must be getting out of shape. Just then, Keisha emerged from his tent. Good morning.
Good morning, Alto. I hope you slept well.
Morning, Keisha. Sure did. Slept like a log. Noticing that Alto was busy massaging her shoulders, Keisha returned to his tent and emerged with a cylindrical container.
Here, use this. It's a salve to soothe muscle pain.
Alto took the salve, applying it to the areas where it ached. A cooling sensation immediately spread through her muscles, masking the pain she had felt earlier. Excuse me. Staring at the pale-skinned alchemist once more, Alto recalled the shocking revelation she learned the previous day. Namely, that Keisha was not a magic user at all. Not all alchemists are magic users, I suppose, but still. It's quite a shock that Keisha was unable to use magic. To think that he rescued me from all those nights without having magic? I wonder how he pulled it off. But the fact that he is so knowledgeable about so many things is amazing in itself. As it shows that you don't need any fancy magic to accomplish things in life. Thanks, Keisha.
Why are you thanking me? I should be the one thanking and apologizing you. You were just in the process of recovering, but I've exposed you to mortal danger again.
Again? What do you mean? Is this going to be an amnesia story? I have no idea.
Furthermore, I was so helpless. I couldn't even protect myself and had to rely on you.
looking down at his hands and in disappointment.
If only I wasn't in this body.
This body?
What's that supposed to mean, sir?
What does this mean? Are you not in your normal body, sir? Keisha? I wonder if he has a physical condition or illness of any sort. I'd like to ask him about it, but I don't want to come across as rude. Should I ask him about it? Oh, let's save. Save. There's the save. That was kind of hard to see where the save button is, man. Let's ask about his condition, because why not? Keisha, by any chance, do you have a medical condition? Looking at his body, he is very thin and pale. It's not an understatement to say that he might be malnourished. He looked taken aback by the question.
No, nothing of the sort. I just think I should work out more. It's embarrassing to be unable to protect myself.
Oh, he's so cute when he smiles, guys. That's cute. Look at that smile. I'd say his personality is quite different from Alhaitham. I think it's just the outfit. The outfit kind of makes me think of it a little. Okay.
As a traveling alchemist, I should have learned some self-defense.
Well, with regards to working out, I can totally help you with that. Alto flexed her muscles, evidently taking pride in her years of knighthood training. I'll get you in shape in no time at all. The girl striked a pose, but as if on cue, her stomach began to rumble loudly. Her way to go, stomach. Who told you it was the right time for you to growl like that? Keisha let out a soft laugh.
I suppose training could wait till later. Come, I'll cook you some breakfast.
And after breakfast?
Oh, and after breakfast, I'd like to give you a present.
A present? You really don't have to.
I insist. It's the least I can do to thank you for saving my life.
A present? I wonder what it could be. Present? I want a present. Alto was surprised with the meal Keisha had made. With how little he carried around, he seemed to have a knack for surviving. He had fried some eggs and prepared some broth, adding special spices to concoct a vegetable soup with the herbs and grains he also collected. Although it was a simple meal, Keisha had somehow magically made it better than any food Alto had tasted before. Dude, is this house husband material? Maybe. Or perhaps it was just because she hadn't eaten anything proper for days? Maybe.
About the present. Here you go.
Keisha handed Alto a rectangular object covered in a white cloth. Alto gave it a jiggle. Now certain there was more than one object inside.
Go on. Open it.
Alto carefully unfolded the cloth, and her eyes widened in delight the moment she saw its contents. This is... How did you... Inside the cloth was a blank canvas supported by wooden beams. Though the woodwork was not by any means professional, they held the canvas in place firmly. Besides the canvas, there was an array of colored pigments decorating the sides of a wooden palette, accompanied by a delicate brush. Red, green, yellow, sienna. They're all here. You even have blue pigment. That's crazy difficult to make. The girl whipped her head to Keisha. When did you have time to make all of these? Alto stopped mid-sentence. She recalled how they had been collecting different herbs, flowers, and berries the other day. Keisha did not tell her what they were for, and Alto did not question the alchemist's intentions, but to think that Keisha had always had her interests in mind and even went through danger for the sake of making the pigments. Alto felt her heart clench and eyes water, sentimentality almost getting the better of her.
Is it not to your liking? I recalled you enjoyed painting, so I thought you'd feel better if you do something you love.
Alto wiped the tears brimming in her eyes. No, this is... She stifled a sob and tried to compose herself, but to no avail. I'm sorry. I'm just so happy. I can't put it into words. Keisha gently placed his hand on Alto's head.
There's no need to say anything. I'm just happy you like it. Now, I'm sure there are a lot of things to paint here. Feel free to explore the area, but don't stray off too far. I don't want you encountering another wild beast.
Of course.
I'll join you after I'm done with one last experiment.
Okay. She only mentioned one time that she liked painting. I wonder... Dude totally hinted at the beginning that he's obviously ran into her before, even if she doesn't know him. They might have not met formally, but somehow he's been behind the scenes doing something. Alto stared at the blank canvas in front of her. It had been a while since she had done any craft work. After all, her days were filled with training and preparation for her knighthood instead of focusing on her crafts. There was once a time when she thought of becoming a craftswoman for the rest of her life. Crafting, painting, and woodworking were all her passions. But ever since Ellis went missing, Alto, along with Sol, had made a vow to find her no matter what. I wonder if the other guy with the feather on his ear, if that might have been Sol. Alto stopped her crafts then and did everything she could to find her friend. That was when she decided to join the Knights' ranks. Being part of the scouting division gave her the rights to issue her own searches. But now, here she was, in a field of flowers, holding a brush with a canvas in front of her.
What's wrong? Is the paint not to your liking? I don't know much about art, but I tried to make pigments out of various dried flowers and minerals. Although I'm uncertain about its quality with regard to painting, I can assure you it's safe to use.
Oh, hey, Blue! Welcome in! Alto snapped out of her trance and shook her head. How are you doing, Blue? It says you were last playing Roblox. No, that's not what I mean, thank you so much. I just didn't expect you to go this far, you know? You're doing great. I'm doing pretty well. I didn't know what to play tonight, and so I looked through my Steam, and I was like, this visual novel looks interesting. It's a free one I found on Steam. Who knows how long ago. I'd periodically dig through Steam for freebies for visual novels. You saved my life, and now you made these pigments especially for me? I can't thank you enough. You're doing great. I'm glad to hear you're doing great. You're liking it so far. Have been lurking for... Oh, you've been lurking a few minutes? Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're liking it so far. He is very thoughtful. I think he knows her. He mentioned something about his body. Her friend is missing, but this guy's been somewhere along the lines, behind the scenes, somehow influencing things. because he knew she was in prison and went, but she had acted like she never met him, and he treated it like they had just met for the first time. So he knows her somehow. I have some sneaking suspicions, but I'm not sure. Keisha threw her a dubious glance. It's just that it's been a while since I last painted. I fear I'll put your paint to waste.
Don't worry about it. The process is quite simple, and I can always make more.
No, I don't think it's a creepy type of thing. I think one of the theories in my mind, Blue, is that the friend that went missing, somehow maybe something happened and now she's him. That's one theory. And that's why he's been like kind of keeping an eye on her from afar. But that's just a theory. A game theory. But not sure. Keisha stood up from the grass patch and made his way to the flower meadow. Also, he did just save her life. Like, literally the beginning of the game is him saving her from getting executed. So, I mean, creepy or not, dude saved our life. And now he gave us paint. So, I don't know, man. If someone saved my life, I might not think they were so creepy. I don't know. I guess it would depend on circumstances.
Perhaps staring at you while you paint will make you only nervous. I'll conduct some research on the flowers blooming around here instead.
Creepy, but in a good way. The good type of creepy. He started bending down and examining the flowers, muttering to himself while making mental notes. Alto sighed. It's not that I'm worried about not being able to paint. To be honest, I just feel like I'm not supposed to be painting now. Like Ellis is still out there, missing. And here I am, painting without a care in the world? No, I can't keep having these thoughts. Keisha is right. I shouldn't be worrying too much. Ellis is a healer, and knowing of her invaluableness, no one would ever harm her. Oh, okay, I think I know where Ellis is, JK. There's another kingdom, and they talked about people being attacked, and they talked about how they had one lady who's a healer, so that's probably what that is. Her friend's probably in the opposing kingdom that's planning to eventually attack. She must be alive. Somewhere. Alto finally decided to pick up the brush and mix her first colors. These pigments mix well. Keisha could make a living by selling these as high-quality art dyes. Now, what to draw? Alto looked up from the blank canvas and gazed at the field of flowers that stretched endlessly in front of her. And there, in the middle of the colorful meadow, was the pale-skinned alchemist, preoccupied in his own train of thought. His sparkling, gold-hued hair was blowing in the wind at the same pace as the flowing flowers, his translucent shawl rippling in it too like water. At that moment, all of Alto's worries suddenly disappeared, and her brush started painting by itself, as if taken over by the goddess of inspiration. If only time stood still like this forever. I would love to stay here, just like this, in this field of flowers. Just a bit longer. The lone alchemist stood on the open field with a leather book in his hand, and ran his free hand across the dancing blades of grass. He had opened his veil, letting the wind caress his sun-reflected hair, and gazed at the rolling blue sky, the snow-white clouds, and the multicolored flowers. His magenta eyes glistened, beaming as if he had never seen such a sight before. So this is what it's like to be free. Keisha took in the fresh air. All the morning dews, the earthy soil, the wind's fragrance. What's that? These are called zinnias. You're right. They don't have a fragrance, but they are beautiful, all the same. Endurance of times of hardship. Huh. Well, I happen to know someone who's the living embodiment of that message. He chuckled softly, thinking about the girl he had just rescued and who in turn rescued him right after. Finally taking... Oh, why am I talking like that still? Finally taking his eyes off the flowers, his eyes instinctively wandered to the distant glacial mountains. Belhim Mountain Range. It was the largest mountain range in the whole of Gaia, serving as a natural barrier for the Kingdom of Lester in the far west, where dangerous snowstorms occurred on a regular basis. And to the north of the mountain range lay the abandoned Chalia. Keisha shook his head, trying not to recall the tragedy that befell the poor tribe. He instinctively touched the leather book he always kept under his cloak. Don't worry, we'll make it in time. Oh, I shouldn't be affiliating myself with her any longer, but she's whoever I wanted to be. I want her freedom. I can't lose sight of my goal. Yes, Lithio. Soon all of this will have to end soon. Well, I don't know what's going on, guys. Guess we'll find out. Alto placed her brush down and stretched, feeling quite stiff from sitting too long. Looking at the fields, she noticed that Keisha was still examining the plants. I know the flowers are pretty and all, but he seems a bit too intrigued with the flowers. Let's sneak up on him and give him a scare. Oh, but first, Alto gathered a few flowers and twigs, twisting them around each other, letting her deft fingers handle the rest. Is she making a flower crown? That's the vibe I get. Keisha! Ah! Yeah, he looked startled. The alchemist turned around only to feel something ticklish land on his head. He lifted the item up and realized it was a wreath made out of flowers. What is this? It's a flower crown. A flower crown? As the name suggests, it's a crown made out of flowers. I would have made you a crown of silver or gold if I had the material with me. But I think flowers suit you better. Keisha examined the flower crown carefully. It was meticulously made, and it was clear that only a skilled craftsman with deft fingers could pull off such neatness. He put on the crown and smiled. Why they didn't put it on him, though? See, there's no crown on his head, guys. This would have been a nice detail. Thank you. Alto had rarely seen the alchemist smile so genuinely. And honestly, it was blinding. Oh. Is this the startings of the inklings of love, guys? Regardless, she stared agape at the scenery before her for a while and recomposed herself when Keisha caught her staring. Alto, do you know what these flowers are called? Alto could only manage a half-baked laugh. She was never the type to study such girly subject. Leave it to Ellis to name every single flower in existence. I am not well versed about flowers. Sorry. Keisha bent down and picked up the colorful flowers. This one was bright pink,
These are called zinnia flowers.
Zinnia flowers?
There is a myth that zinnias come from a distant land, a world much unlike to ours, a world ungoverned by magic.
Wow. There's such a world? A world other than ours?
Keisha shrugged. Who knows? It's just a myth.
Are we the mythical world that they're talking? Oh, that's cute. Keisha leaned closer to Alto, slowly reaching out his hand to touch her hazel hair. He tucked her hair behind her ear and gently clipped the flower between them. Aww. That's so cute. Oh.
You are just like the zinnias, Alto. Sometimes I feel like you're too far from my reach. Too otherworldly.
Keisha?
If I decided to let you go, I know I'll never see you again. But it's inevitable.
He knew he should be pulling back now, especially after he decided he would not affiliate himself with her anymore. But the moment had gotten the better of him. The voice you are using makes me feel like she is getting romantic with an old man. I don't know. I can't do good voices for guys. I'm sorry. I can try something else. I can't do guy voices. I'm just trying to make him not sound like a girl. Perhaps it was the zinnia's magic at work. Alto could only stare blankly at the alchemist as she tried to decipher his strange words. His hand was still in her hair, and he had an unusual expression on his face. An expression she had never seen him wear. It's good, okay. Alto knew he was smiling, yet his smile contained traces of melancholy. As if looking at her had stirred some of his most painfully happy memories. Keisha? I wonder why the art for the CG is so different from this. Maybe they just did it quicker. Or they might have made the CGs before making the sprites. Although depending on how long the game's been out, it is possible that they could have updated the sprites. The sprites look really good. But that art was still very cute. As if being snapped out of his trance, Keisha suddenly dropped his hand and turned away. Oh, hey, Hakla, welcome in. Alto did not say it, but she somehow enjoyed the feel of his warm fingers on her head and was disappointed his hands left so quickly. Thank you for the hydrate. Keisha, if there's something you need to let out, I'm always here to listen. The alchemist was silent for a while, as if thinking really hard, but in the end, he only replied with a smile. That flower. Oh! Hi, Hekla! Hey! Get the tubs! Wow! Oh, I guess it swapped between the two. Hey, yo. It says we have a hype train. Yurt. Do I have two different things set up? I guess. I don't know. We gonna get the Rick rolls. Yes, it is a win. Thank you, Hekla. Danky, danky, donkey, 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 danky. I don't know. Do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. Danky, donkey, danky. Because we're at a level 3 hype train.
Good job.
Thank you. Sorry, I got hiccups. I guess getting gifted subs gave me hiccups. I don't know. It surprised me. I thought getting surprised was supposed to get rid of hiccups, not give you hiccups. Oh, man. Okay. Well, nope. It's still playing them. Okay. Did it finish them all? Nope, nope. It's still going. Oh. Oh, it says there's more. Thank you. Thank you for 10 more gifted subs. You might be sitting here for a moment, guys. Thank you, Hecla. I got them Rick rolls. It is a massive win, yes. Thank you, Hecla. You wanted to end your day off good. This is a very sweet way for you to end your day off, Hecla. How was your work and stuff? I bet you were quite busy. Oh my gosh, this says we're at a hype tier 5. Holy moly. Ooh, wait, unlock a random emote? Looks like we're gonna get a random emote. Very nice. I'm trying to think what triggered the Bernice. That might have been something set up on something else. I don't know. I think I have so many different bots set up. Some of them have been turned off and some haven't. I've actually heard that song a lot though. My mom liked Rick Ashley when I was growing up. Oh, you used to take out a shower, put in a tub, and solder. And we're still not... Oh, you're still not finished. So you're still working right now. Did you, like, take a break? Or do you mean you're not finished for, like, the project itself? Oh. I don't know which emote it's going to give us. It's telling us that we're going to get a random emote, though. Solder. You're finishing it tomorrow. Okay, so you're probably wrapped up for the day because it is quite late at night, actually. Hopefully you guys get it done tomorrow. Yeah, it's what, 10:53 for you? Yeah, 10:53. Oh, it's late. Thank you so much again, Hecla, for all those gifted subs. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I keep yawning. I don't mean to yawn. I think sometimes I'm tired and I don't know why I'm tired. Okay, I think it finished playing the stuff. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Alrighty. Yes, I drank my darn water. Let me see if I can think of a different voice for Keisha. That flower, it suits you.
And with that sentence, Keisha disappeared into the tent while Alto stood frozen on the meadow, mouth agape. Did Keisha just say? She touched the flower in her hair and felt her face getting warmer. No one has ever told me that flowers suit me before. Channel my inner man. Those are reserved for dainty and pretty girls like Ellis. Alto shook her head. Now, Alto, Keisha was just being nice, and knowing him, he's probably just complimenting the flower. Is his hype train success? Ayo, the hype train has been a success. Ooh, open hype chest. We got a frog. It says choo-choo. Okay, send. Yep, we got an emote. It gave us a little froggy emote. Plot twist is what it's called. Plus, he doesn't seem like his usual self today. I wonder what he's thinking when he picked this flower and when he said all those words to me. Alto picked the flower from her hair. Zinnias. Huh. Romance is blooming, guys. Love is in the air. Where are they even sleeping? If that tent is really only big enough for one, or is it big enough for two? Dusk had fallen and Zinnia's colors fading along with the sun's rays. Yet the night was not completely dark. The fire Keisha had set up crackled brightly. The fireflies hovered around the area, their warm glows decorating fields like festive lights. After dinner, Alto continued working on her painting, eager to finish it before the day ended. She had felt guilty for not assisting Keisha with dinner preparation earlier, but the alchemist reassured her that he was more than capable of gathering food by himself. Finally! It's done! Yeah. She put her brush and let out a squeal of joy, eagerly waiting for Keisha to finish his daily experiments. Right on cue, the said alchemist emerged from the tent bringing a hot mug of herbal tea with him. Keisha, you're right on time. Oh, you're done already? That was quick. You call an entire day quick? I had thought painters usually take a month or a year to finish an artwork. Keisha sat beside Alto, handing her the herbal tea. Yum. Thank you so much. Anyway, complex pieces do take a lot longer to make, but it does depend on the artist. In my case, I got my muse, so finishing it was quick. Your muse? Lo and behold, I present my masterpiece to none other than Keisha, the alchemist. Alto held out the canvas for Keisha to see, beaming as she did so. Here is like a painting of him. Keisha was not someone who often appreciated art, but he could nevertheless see the amount of effort and delicacy that was put into this piece. The azure sky was made of bold strokes, and the blades of grass truly looked as if dancing in the wind. And each flower was dabbed carefully, their colors complementing each other. But the focal point of the painting was undoubtedly the figure in the center, the lone man with flaxen hair gazing at the distant mountains in a trance. Is that me? Of course it's you! Who else could it be? Keisha had no idea that he looked like that from Alto's point of view. Somehow, Alto had captured him looking wistful in that painting. This is for you. The painting's for me? Alto rolled her eyes. Come on, it's so unlike you to repeat every single word I just said. I feel like these two have only known each other for a handful of days, but they act like they've known each other so much longer. I'm sorry. I'm just surprised. What was that? You look like someone who's never received a gift before. That's not completely wrong. What? No way! But you're so nice. How can anyone know? Thank you, Alto. I shall treasure this gift. There was another melancholic smile on his lips. And Alto closed her mouth, deciding it would be best to avoid pressing him any further on the matter. That reminds me, Isha's never spoken about himself, what his life is like, or where he's from. He's never spoken a word about it. But to be fair, I haven't talked much about myself either. Or was he waiting for me to get comfortable enough to open up? Maybe that's why he went through all this trouble of making the pigments and canvas, all to make me feel at ease again? Well, regardless of his intentions, it worked. I feel like I'm ready to face the truth. Isha, do you mind if I ramble a bit? Of course not. I'm all ears. Alright then. Let me tell you about my two closest friends, Sol and Elise. Elise? I don't know. Elise. We'll go with Elise, I guess. I don't know. I've been saying it different the whole time, I think. We grew up together, knew each other's parents, had silly fights and childish quarrels. You know, like how friends always do. Sol's family come from a renowned family of respected knights, and they wanted him to follow his ancestors' footsteps, but, well, Sol being Sol. She shook her head, memories of their rebellious streaks coming back to her memories. He couldn't accept having his future controlled. Kinda like me, honestly. And so we spend days running away from our duties together. Sounds like you had a rebellious streak too. I was the better one amongst the two of us, okay? Hey Choppy, welcome in. Anyway. Ellis, on the other hand, he was always the level-headed one. Keeping us away from trouble and making sure we're out of harm's way. How are you doing, Choppy? Did you have a good day? She's smart, polite, beautiful, and strong. And she can even use magic. I dare say she's the best healer in Gaia. She was undoubtedly our village's pride and joy and everyone's role model, too. It's been a good day, that's good. She sounds like a great person. Of course she is. But her grip on the mug tightened. One day, she disappeared suddenly. We suspect someone had kidnapped her for her healing capabilities. Inborn healers are a rare breed after all. You got affiliate? Congrats, Choppy! That's huge. I'm so excited for you. Congratulations, Choppy. It's been 3 years since I last saw her. Without Ellis, it's Ellis? I don't know. I think I'm saying her name wrong. Without Ellis, the glue in our relationship, everything just fell apart. Nothing was ever the same without her. Sol and I swore to find her no matter what it takes. But that was where we went our separate ways. Oh, hey, Overlord of Fire. OG. Welcome in. I'm assuming this is Lord of Fire.
I'm in danger.
Who is now Overlord of Fire. I trained hard and joined the Zethanian Knights Scouting Division, hoping to attain a position high enough so that I can collect as much information as possible about Ellis's whereabouts and warrant my own search party. I don't know what Sol is doing. Hi, Joel. How are you doing? Welcome in. I don't know what Sol is doing right now, but I know he's still searching for her. He wouldn't have broken our promise.
So that was why you became a knight. All for her sake.
Yes, everything was to find her. You're doing good? Yes, I'm glad you're doing good, and I'm glad you're back too. But as for why the knights labeled me as a criminal, do you know about the Krismali project? He nodded his head hesitantly. Given how much of a hermit Keisha seems to be, I doubt he knows much about the project. The Krismali Project is an organization of scholars and mages from all over Gaia, whose research involves making magic accessible to everyone, even the non-magic users. They truly have an honorable purpose, but unfortunately many kingdoms are against their research, including Zethania. I suppose making magic accessible to everyone would only create chaos and destroy the hierarchical system that Zethania has built up. That's why they're so against the project. You say Zethania Kingdom is in opposition to the project, but you seem to be an avid supporter of them, Alto. I suppose there's no hiding anything from you. You're right. Being a non-magic user myself, I see the allure of the project's goal and wish to support them in any way I can, but that will never happen given that I've just blown up half their headquarters into smithereens. Wait, what? 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 She was the one that blew it up? Okay.
You? What? How did that happen?
Commander tasked me to deliver a parcel to Krismali Project's headquarters.
That already sounds mighty suspicious.
Hi, Choppy. I was suspicious of it too at first, but he insisted that the parcel bore some good tidings, and I thought the Zethania maybe finally was taking a step to reconcile with the project.
And so you went, but let me guess, the parcel definitely did not bear those good tidings and contained explosives instead.
It's that obvious, huh?
There's no other explanation for half the headquarters' destruction, after all, unless you had destroyed it with brute force. Now that I think about it, that might just be possible with your extraordinary strength.
Hey, I'm not some brawny gorilla.
I know, I was just joking. But I had to have survived an explosion of that magnitude. You must be lucky to have escaped unscathed.
Alto scratched her head. Honestly, I have no memories of surviving the explosion. As soon as I came to, I found myself at quite a distance from the explosion site. But yeah, now that I think of it, how did I survive?
Maybe the gods were watching you and decided to lend a hand.
The gods? Huh. Alto gazed at the moonless sky where the sky realm, the gods' dwelling, supposedly resided. Perhaps the gods did help me. She turned to Keisha. Or maybe they didn't. You did. and they imprisoned and nearly executed me to keep my mouth shut about the entire matter, you, a complete stranger, rescued me from death, and for that, I can't thank you enough. So thank you, Keisha. I owe you my life. Alto's eyes welled in gratitude as she said that. Perhaps the gods did take notice of her and had sent someone to rescue her. A soft-spoken alchemist who brewed the best herbal teas.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Sage. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome in. Welcome, welcome in. Was I not expecting hydrate? I don't know. Maybe I wasn't. Maybe I was. Maybe I'm grateful that I was thirsty and someone hydrated me.
Is there anything I can help you with? Maybe I can be your assistant or your bodyguard or...
Calm down, Alto. You've rescued me too, so you don't owe me anything.
But I really want to help you. And besides, I have nowhere else to go.
Huh? What is that doing? Oh, why is Bro like over here? That was awkward. There, I fixed it. For some reason, it was like off the screen, and so I fixed it now.
It is where it goes.
Well, if you insist, I do have something I might need your assistance with.
Oh, what is it?
I need to deliver something to the Hoshiera Desert. You see, but there's a possibility that I might encounter some wild beasts along the way. Yesterday you saw just how incapable I am of defeating those monsters by myself. I may need a hand in keeping me safe.
All right. I'll be your bodyguard. Then, I am a next knight after all. Alto pumped her fists in the air, excited at the prospect of a new journey with the alchemist.
Thank you, Alto. But I need to be clear about one thing. Once you have accompanied me to the delivery, we will have to part ways. Or not to follow me afterwards. Is that clear?
Alto's jovial mood immediately dampened after hearing Keisha's stern words. Huh? But why?
Not let you accompany me for personal reasons.
Personal reasons? What sort?
I not tell you.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I suppose everyone has secrets they wish to hide. And that's just normal. Pushing him for answers would only make him feel uncomfortable. So I best save my curiosity for a later date. But I have to admit, I feel a tad disappointed that he doesn't trust me enough after all I told him about myself. Does he still consider me a stranger? She tried to shake those thoughts from her mind. No matter, my duty right now is to ensure Keisha is safe and sound. Perhaps I can figure out where I want to go and what I want to go do along the way. Alright, so where's our first stop, Keisha?
Our first shop would be Al Sharan, Port City. I need to restock on supplies, and it's on the way to the delivery location.
Al Sharan, Port City, huh? Got it. I'll make sure no harm befalls you.
Thank you. I'll be counting on you then.
Keisha stood up.
It's getting late. Make sure you're well rested for our journey tomorrow. I'll conduct one last test before I go to bed.
All right. Good night, Keisha.
Good night.
Dun dun dun. Deep under the night's veil. When Alto was sound asleep, a flame continued to burn dimly in the alchemist's tent. Keisha was still awake, but he had long abandoned the apparatus of his experiments and was now sitting in the shadows. His increasingly creased brows indicated that he had been pondering over something for quite a while. He mumbled an incoherent string of words, but they were too muffled for anyone to decipher. There's no one else to hear him. He looked as if he was talking to himself. A slithering sound, fleetingly mistaken as the wind's hiss, whizzed by his ears. Keisha sharpened his ears to sift someone's or something's voice from what others would consider white noise. What were you thinking, letting her accompany us like this? Time is ticking. We don't have much time left to carry out our plan. I thought she'd be of help. Don't lie. She's gotten fond of you. And you of her. He is evil? I don't know. Keisha did not deny the statement. How much longer are you gonna lie to that girl? Whatever are you saying? Omitting some facts is not the same as being dishonest. She'll find out the truth sooner or later and find out what you have been deceiving her. She doesn't have to know that. Once we've reached Hoshieri Desert, it will be the last time we'll meet each other. It is definitely, it depends. It depends on if that information was specifically asked for. If she did not specifically ask for that information and he only offered as much as she asked for, it's not necessarily lying. But it really depends. He'll forget me soon enough anyway. You will die alone then. The ghost of a sad smile formed on the alchemist's lips. That's all right. I'm prepared. If that's the sacrifice I need to make for this plan to work, then I am more than ready. Keisha waited for his reply to hiss again, but this time there was nothing. After a while, the wind seemed to sigh in resignation and snuffed out the sole candle in the tent, as if bidding the alchemist a quick good night. I think he's a part of a civilization that got wiped out. I'm not really 100% sure, but he mentioned at one point something about like people that got wiped out, and I'm wondering if he's like the last of them. Wow, look. So many food stalls and people. Exquisite items for trade. Lots of merchants and food stalls.
You've mentioned food stalls twice.
I suppose I'm just hungry. The vendor's food smells amazing. Keisha handed Alto a pouch of money.
I'm sorry I don't have much oats with me, but I hope this is sufficient for you to try some of Al Sharon's delicacies.
What? No, I can't possibly take this. It's your money. Alto was quick to reject the offer and place the pouch back in Keisha's hands.
But?
No buts. We can't afford to waste the little money we have left. Although the food does smell tempting, I can't afford to be a glutton in front of Keisha. Hold back, hold back. Keisha gingerly accepted the pouch back.
Well, if you insist.
They continued to move alongside the crowds in the busy marketplace, their sides flanked by rowdy merchants trying to get their attention. Having heard rumors of Al Sharon's notoriety, Alto kept her guard up at all times wary of thieves and hooligans who might just take advantage of two foreign travelers. Say, Keisha, other than restocking on supplies, is there something else you need to do in Al Sharan? Keisha?
Sorry, did you say something?
Are you alright? You seem kind of on edge ever since we got here. Not that I blame you, of course. Al Sharan is pretty famous for all sorts of crimes, but rest assured, you don't have to worry now that I'm here.
It seems like we're being followed.
Seriously?
Keep your voice low and don't look back.
Keisha took Alto's hand, leading her as they weaved away from the crowds. Someone has been following us without the great Alto noticing? No way! Oh, she called herself great. That's funny. That's quite embarrassing right after all that bravado. Alto glanced at Keisha's bony hand gripping hers, feeling herself flush slightly. I should be protecting him, not the other way around. Maybe you're protecting each other. Maybe. But I have to admit, it does feel nice to be the one protected by someone for once. Especially when that someone is Keisha. Oh, what's this? His hand is so smooth. I would have expected his hands to be calloused because of all his experiments, but they're surprisingly soft. I wish I could hold his hand more often. Alto mentally slapped herself. Ooh, girly, she down bad. What am I saying? You promised to protect him, not think about his hands. Once they were out of the throng of people, Keisha let go of her hand and furtively glanced around him.
I don't feel their presence anymore. Perhaps they've stopped tailing us.
That's so careless of me. I thought I had been careful, but I didn't notice anyone following us. Sorry about that.
No matter. We best be careful now. After all, you were branded a criminal, and I am.
And you are? Don't tell me you're wanted too, Keisha.
It's nothing of that sort. Anyway, other than restocking on supplies, I need to visit Al Sharan's library to check up on something.
The library? Alright. Well, let's make it quick so we don't risk any more exposure. As much as I'd like to stay exploring the new city with Keisha, I can't let him be in danger. I'm a wanted woman, after all. It wouldn't be surprising if a few people recognized me here. But still, if Keisha's intuition was correct and if someone really followed us just now, then that person must be highly skilled. There aren't many people who have tricked my senses after all. But that leaves another question. Alto snuck a glance at the man beside her. How was Keisha able to detect their presence? No, perhaps it was just negligence on my part. My senses must have gotten rusty. This won't do. I have to keep my guard up. Alto's thoughts were interrupted by Keisha taking her hand again.
It would be best if I were to hold your hand. A small girl like you might get lost in the crowd.
Okay, so they're implying that female protag is tiny? A small girl? Keisha laughed. And every time he did, Alto wished she could have recorded that laugh. Keisha, you seem to know these parts quite well. Could you be from around here?
You could say I was born here.
Keisha fell silent for a while, as if choosing his next words carefully.
But the city has changed lots since I was a little boy.
So Keisha's from Al Sharan. How unexpected. Given how pale his skin is, he must not have stepped out of his house much then. Alto waited for Keisha to elaborate more about himself, but he did not continue. This guy keeps on ending his sentences with a cliffhanger. Gods, please make him open up more about himself. Want to get to know him better. Girlie's down bad, guys. Girlie is down bad. Alto stared at the hand Keisha had taken from her once again. So bad, I know, right? I feel like if I try to take a step closer to him, he'll disappear, and I may risk losing him. So, perhaps this is fine. This distance is enough for us. Girlie, you guys aren't even dating. You're holding hands out of necessity. Or he's making an excuse because he likes you. Oh, hey, it's the guy with is that the guy from earlier? No way, that can't be. Are my eyes deceiving me? Alto? Is that really you? Why are you here? And with such a dangerous person, no less. Does she even know that man beside her is... No matter. I need to get rid of him before he harms her. Oh, we are getting tailed. I suspect this guy might be Sol, her childhood friend, but I'm not sure. I am suspecting based on what we've learned of Sol. Right, now, where should we go first? Oh, let's save. Save. Let's go to the library first. I don't want to carry a ton of supplies in the library, honestly. Wow. This place is packed with books. Wait, what am I saying? It's a library, after all. We don't have a huge library like this in my village, and I was always too busy with the knight's errands to visit Zathania's library. Alto, I'll be reading some books for reference. Don't worry. It will be quick. Wait, let me call... And there he goes. But I suppose I shouldn't be disturbing him. She down bad, guys. Well, might as well read up something now that I'm already here. Which book should I read? I think that guy might be related to this tribe. Let's read. Do you think I'll have the choice to... I'm gonna save. I don't know if I'll get the choice to read multiple, but I might want to later. Let's go for Exiled God of Knowledge. That sounds like... I wonder if this... When did this... I don't remember when this came out, but it's kind of giving me some, like... 2023. There is the slight possibility that this actually could have been somewhat inspired by Genshin Impact. The God of Knowledge is really what got me thinking that. Because the God of Wisdom, and it's the desert. The Chalia tribe. They were the inhabitants of Chalia, where the Prismali project is currently headquartered. Anyway, I suppose it's a good start to read some history about them. The Chalia tribe is characterized by their very pale skin, akin to that of snow, with white hair and grayish eyes. They have a high tolerance to cold and conversely a very, very low tolerance to heat. They are also called the Snow Ghost Tribe because of travelers often mistake them as ghosts due to their appearance and lack of presence. I wonder if he's like half of this. He's got the really fair skin, but he does not have white hair. He has blonde hair and he has red eyes. So maybe one of his parents were from this tribe. Sometimes they would appear in a snowstorm, surprising passerby. Just like how quickly snow melts, the Chalia people have very short lifespans and are prone to sickness. The average lifespan of a snowman is 30 years. Oh. They are considered to be the weakest tribe of Gaia, but they are hardly mentioned because of their weak presence. Many people don't even know about their existence. They are a peaceful, harmonious race, which unfortunately made them the target of slavery after their homeland was raided. Little to no survivors exist. Oh. This book says they were the target of slavery, but does not go into further detail. Just how could people be so cruel? Which book should I read? Oh, okay, we get to read multiple books. Cool. Blood Moon. The Blood Moon? What is this? I've never heard of this term before. It looks so worn out. Contrary to the new covers beside it, I wonder if it's been read frequently. If so, this book must be quite popular. Curiosity getting the better of her, she pulled out the book from the shelf and began leafing through it. The Blood Moon is a very rare occurrence that happens once in 1,000 years. Oh, dang. I'm not sure if Hekla's still here, but Hekla, Ayo, Saul says thank you. That was really awesome. Hekla gifted out like 20 subs, so yes. It was really awesome of him. He was very sweet to do that. At the night of the blood moon, the moon and sky... Also, welcome in, Saul. Ooh, now you're gonna play Dead by Daylight and lose your mind. Oh, be careful. Don't lose your mind too much. At the night of the blood moon, the moon and sky turn red like blood. It is the only time when all of nature's energy merges into one and collects itself in the stream of flux. It's just Dead by Daylight. That's how it is. Having access to the flux during the night of the blood moon would enable the extraction of an inexhaustible field of nature's energy for a certain period of time. You love looping E. I don't know what that means. In other words, an infinite supply of magic. However, predicting the blood moon's occurrence is beyond any scholar's knowledge and is a highly researched topic. As of now, only the gods know when it will occur. It is also important to note that no experiments have been conducted as of yet, that theories in this book are based on the author's hypotheses. Huh, interesting. She tried to look for the name of the book's author, but could not find any. Book without the author's name, how strange. Yeah, that's kind of sus, guys. Although it's old, maybe it rubbed off. Which book should we read now? The Exiled God of Knowledge. I remember reading this myth as a child. I guess it doesn't hurt to read it again. The God of Knowledge was one of the gods who lived eternally in the realm above ours, the Sky Realm. He was fond of anything and everything related to Gaia and dedicated his entire life to researching the roots of magic itself. However, as he collected knowledge upon knowledge, he began to turn away from the other gods and schemed a wicked plan against them. The gods, fearing his power and abundance of knowledge, eventually sealed his magical powers and sent him away to Gaia as punishment. It is said that even now the God of Knowledge is plotting to take revenge on the Sky Realm, staging his own revolution down here in Gaia. Wait. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. I get the idea that that one guy is related to that one tribe, or I wonder if he seems like he's going to stage some sort of a coup, maybe. The Desert Falcons. Top tier guild renowned for all backhanded, under the table, and extremely suspicious dealings. Oh. That's not a very professional way to start a book, but okay, you've got me hooked. They house the best bounty hunters in Gaia, who can locate and give your ex a good ass whooping. An information specialist who can find the last name of your great-great-great-great-grandmother's long-lost sister. That's funny. It says it can give your ex a good ass whooping. Sorry, that's so funny. MFW. Wait, what does that mean? Wait, what does MFW mean? When the boy I like is conspiring against the state. It sounds like her boy is conspiring against the state, maybe. My face win. Oh. Okay, thank you guys. I feel silly for not knowing that. This book is getting weirder and weirder with every word. It sounds as if... Think you got what it takes to join us? Well then, what are you waiting for? Join us today. What? They're trying to get us to join. Nope, it's an advertisement. Oh. Read all books. Oh, Ayo. I read all the books. And so I got an achievement for that. I like achievements. Steam achievements are fun. I'm not gonna lie. Especially in visual novels. I do try to get them all. I think that's enough reading for today. I am really, really curious about him. As if on cue, Keisha emerged from the bookstore, looking as wary as ever. Keisha, over here! It looks like he's worried about something. I wonder what he's thinking about. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we get moving? Yeah, let's. Sorry. Dang it. Sorry about that. Alto followed Keisha back outside. Let's head off to the market and get some supplies. Okay, populated with merchants, so it was not difficult to find an array of vendors selling all sorts of goods. It was there they purchased all the essentials: water, dry food, ink, parchment of paper, as well as herbs and potions whose names Alto could not remember. Alright, that should be all from the list. Is there anything else we need? There's something else I'd like to do, Alto. Can you wait for me here for a while? Oh, wait, let me company. But Keisha had already disappeared with the crowd, leaving Alto alone. This could be a bad idea. And there he goes. I wonder, what's so important that's got him rushing like that? Well, I guess we'll just wait here for him. Alto steered clear of the crowds and settled on waiting beside the market's entrance, idly watching merchants advertise their products to passerby. What a lively city. I remember how I used to dream of venturing out from the village as a child. Perhaps a trip to the snowy Leicester, the magic city of Waycott, and the beachy Palmer, or even the scorching El Sharon. But of course, my parents would never let me. I felt like I was a bird stuck in a cage. Our village was nice and peaceful, of course, but I wanted to see the world. It was only when I insisted to be a knight and pass their exams that they let me leave. Well, what matters is that I'm here now. It still feels like a dream. An image of Keisha flashed in her mind. But I wonder how long this dream will last. Guys, she's down bad. But Boy's gonna leave her because he already said that. Uh-oh.
Hey, baby girl, are you hurt?
Huh? Hurt?
The man winked. When you fell from the sky realm.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm most certainly unharmed, and I didn't fall from anywhere.
Man, you're a tough one. That didn't work, huh?
The man rummaged in his pockets and fished out a book, reading it like an almanac before closing. Is this a pickup line book?
Okay, what about this? Are you a bar of gold? 'Cause you're priceless.
Oh, I get it now. He's trying to sell me his goods. Sorry, but I'm not interested in buying your bar of gold.
Oh no, you got me all wrong. Look, I was just trying to hit on you. He sighed. I can't believe I have to spell it out.
Hit on me? It took a few moments for Alto to make sense of his words. He always thought that boys considered her as much of an ape, as more of an ape than a girl, so the idea of someone flirting with her left her speechlessly baffled. Oh, thanks?
So what about it? Wanna go for a drink with me?
I'm honored by your advances, but I can't leave my post.
Huh. What's with that tone? What are you, a knight wannabe?
But what if I am a knight?
Impossible. For a girl like you wouldn't be cut out for such arduous jobs. Instead, you should be where you belong. In my heart, that is.
Oh my gosh, sir. She's already very much, so much devoted to someone else. And she doesn't even realize she down that bad. But she down that bad. He winked playfully once more, but Alto was not amused in the slightest. Instead, a sudden anger bubbled in her chest. Off with his head. The words that escaped out of the man's mouth, though used in a different context, did resurface painful memories she would rather forget. Then why don't you let me send you back to where you belong? To the Sky Realm, that is! That's the idea I got, is that the man's screaming like a girl. The man cowered in fear of Alto's sudden aggression, ready to retreat at the slightest of her movement.
Alto, stop!
Keisha?
Don't make a fuss here, else we'll cause a commotion.
Alto quickly retracted her weapon, her anger quickly subsiding after seeing some passerbyers looking at them. Sorry. What was I thinking? I almost blew my cover. If someone happened to know I'm a wanted knight. Keisha turned to the man with a piercing glare.
You best leave us. Seems like she's got a man already. Playing with my feelings like that, how horrible. My poor heart is aching.
The man left, disappointed after seeing Keisha.
Are you alright? That man didn't hurt you, did he?
I'm fine. I would have given him a nice punch to the face if you hadn't interrupted me, though. That was my first time being hit on. I have to say it feels weird being considered as a woman for once.
For once, she says.
Soul in the knights I've worked with always said I resemble a gorilla more than a human, much less a woman.
Oh! That can't be. You're the prettiest woman I've ever met.
Keisha, you must not have met a lot of girls then. I am starting to feel a little sorry for you. What the hell, girlie? You don't realize how pretty you are. Those knights are probably treating her more like a sister than like a woman. That's just how brothers are. They're cruel and merciless sometimes in their teasing. And that's how they treated her. Or they bullied her. I don't know. Anyway, what were you doing earlier, leaving me alone like that? Keisha scratched the back of his neck, looking a bit bashful.
Well, I was fixing something.
That sounds mighty suspicious. What exactly were you up to?
I wanted to give you this later, but I guess now's a good time. Hold out your hands.
Another gift? Keisha, you've done enough for me. You really don't have to.
Come on, just do as I say.
Oops, that would sound so sus if that was someone else saying that. Keisha took Alto's hands and unfurled her fingers, placing something warm in her palm. Is it food? No, it's a flower-shaped pendant, a ruby embedded in the center. The pin welded on its back looked new, yet the pendant itself looked like a family heirloom.
The pendant once belonged to my mother. I asked a craftsman to attach it to a pin for you earlier.
Eh? Why would you give me something so important as this?
No reason. I just want you to have it.
But to give me your mother's pendant?
Just take it. You can treat it as a good luck charm.
I'm still a bit confused, but... Also fixed the pin on her clothes. They don't show it on her clothes. I wanted to see what it looked like. Thank you, Keisha. I'll take good care of it.
Good. Now let's get going.
Dude, I think they both down bad for each other, and Keisha has not come to terms with the fact that it's going to be just as hard for him to let her go as it is going to be for her to let him go when he's supposed to part ways. If he even does part ways, that is. That might not happen anymore. Alright.
I think we're done with what we need to do here. Let's move on to our delivery to Hoshira Desert.
I've been wanting to ask you this, Keisha, but what exactly are we going to deliver? The thought of delivering something unknown again gives me the chills. Knowing you, it can't be anything dangerous, but it would give me a greater peace of mind if you were to tell me.
Relax, it's nothing as dangerous as what you've been through. All I need to do is deliver a book.
A book? Are its contents so special that it requires you to deliver it personally? Why can't you just send it through a courier?
Well, it's an important book. If it fell in the wrong hands, or if it was robbed along the way, it could spell dire consequences for me.
Oh, well, what? What are the consequences, my dude?
I see.
But Hoshira Desert is a big place. Where or who exactly are we going to deliver the book to?
The place we're going to drop the book is called the Underground Library.
The Underground Library? Never heard of it before.
As the name suggests, it's a library located underground. The entrance to this library is kept a secret, and only certain individuals are granted access to it.
Oh, then it must be an exclusive library for alchemists and scholars like you. Did you perhaps borrow a book and forget to return it and have just realized it's already long overdue?
Well, something like that. Now I must ask you not to mention this place to anyone. Merely having knowledge of the location would add a few more digits to the bounty on your head.
Oh, frick. Boy, that's dangerous. I'll keep my mouth shut, I promise.
Let's get going then.
Just as they were leaving the marketplace, Alto's eyes caught a group of children running around playing with toys she had never seen before. Upon closer inspection, the toys seemed to be powered by magic. Alto, after all, had never seen flowers come alive and bloom by a mere object. Another toy one of the children was carrying created wind currents that let them glide at superhuman speed. It truly looked as if they were flying.
Alto, what's wrong?
Look at those toys. How is it possible that device can make flowers and wind currents without magic? Contrary to Alto's enthusiastic expression, Keisha did not seem particularly impressed at the invention.
The toys themselves are powered by magic. See that blue crystal embedded in the device's body? They act as the toy's power source.
Oh, is that how they plan to have people? Because we saw people earlier with the blue crystals. Oh, wow, I see it, the blue crystal. If I recall, that's the Chrismali project's trademark. That means they're part of the project's inventions, right?
It would appear so.
That's amazing. This is the first time I'm seeing their inventions. All of their products were banned in Zethania, after all. Would you look at that? If only I could have learned how to craft something like that. Maybe one day I'll get a chance to work with the project.
Work with them? Are you insane?
Oh? Oh? Why he's so upset suddenly? He didn't show that earlier. Keisha's unprecedented outburst came as a shock to Alto. Oh no. Oh, ay. You don't know what they've sacrificed to reach this stage. Don't tell me they're killing magic users to make this happen. What's your problem? You sound like you have some major beef with them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's my fault. I didn't mean to raise my voice.
That's strange. He showed no signs of being antagonistic towards the project yesterday. But the moment I said I wanted to work with them, he...
For you to be so adverse to the project, there must be a reason for it. Keisha looked uncomfortable with the remark. I noticed you've been keeping a lot of things from me, Keisha. But it's alright. I can wait until you're ready to tell me. Look at that cute little reassuring, kind of nervous smile he gave her. Thanks, Alto. But there's something you should know about the Krismali project methods. It's probably one of the reasons why Zathania was not so antagonistic towards their goals. Their methods? Extracting magic and utilizing it. Have you ever thought about how they did it? Admittedly, no. But I heard rumors that they extracted magic from nature. Nature is a broad term, Alto. The grass, the sky, the entirety of Gaia, you and me, we're all a part of nature. Taking small amounts of energy, or flux, as scholars call it, from living but inanimate objects like trees and flowers is indeed possible through research. But the flux produced from these natural objects is very, very insignificant. Better illustrate the effectiveness of this method. Say you manage to gather an entire room of flowers and extract the flux from it. The flux produced from these flowers would only be enough to power an old lamp for 1 second. Oh, frick, that's barely anything. The magic produced is that little? Yes, that means that project could not have merely harnessed the energy of inanimate objects in Gaia. They must have extracted the flux from something else. Something else? Like what? He stifled a laugh, enjoying the look of curiosity painted all over the girl's bewildered face. Who knows? That's for you to figure out.
It's the people, isn't it?
No way! You must know something. Tell me, great alchemist Keisha. On second thought, it's better for you to never know the answer. It's funny how you're saying that right after you told me to figure it out by myself. Keisha suddenly placed his hand on Alto's shoulder and fixed his gaze directly into Alto's eyes. You must listen to me, Alto. You must not stick your nose into any of the project's business. Do not ever acquaint yourself with them. Do you hear me? Zathania has a legitimate reason to start a war with them, even if admittingly politics is also a major factor. Despite the sweet promises that they made, they are a dangerous bunch. Nothing good will emerge from following their footsteps. Remember that. Ooh. He released his grip. His face got so stern, and now it's soft again. His face gets so soft. Not realizing his strong grasp had hurt her shoulder. Oop. Nothing good will emerge from following their footsteps? Does that mean humanity will never be able to extract magic from nature and make magic accessible to everyone? I don't believe that. He glanced at the she glanced at the children again, watching happiness exude from their smiles. Yeah, that can't be right. There must be a way to make everyone experience the joy of magic. Secrets Within the Mist. Chapter 4. After exiting the port city of Al-Sharan, the two headed to the vast Hoshiria Desert, where Keisha leading the way. Alto, who had never been to the desert area before, imagined it to be an area infested with sandstorms, cacti, and scorching sun. Yet little did she expect that Keisha led her into a forest. At first, it consisted of occasional withered trees around her, but they grew denser and denser with every step, and the sand beneath their feet gradually turned into gravel. Man, this place gives me the chills. Is this forest really a part of the Hoshiria Desert? We're the outskirts of the desert. This forest spans a large area, but hardly anyone visits it. There's not much you can harvest here anymore. She looked around her. There really was nothing much except for withered trees and sun-baked bushes. Well, I could imagine. The sunlight was just strong minutes ago, but these trees have blocked out most of it. It feels a bit creepy. Another reason why many people avoid this area is because it houses peculiar races of beasts. What? The two assumed a defensive stance, but there was nothing. Nothing? But I could have sworn I heard the bushes rustle. Maybe it's just a wild animal? Let's not tarry any longer. This forest is quite dangerous, especially with these flowers around. Flowers? You mean these gray-colored ones? Be careful not to touch them. They are called silver blooms and are native only in this area. If you touch them or if you detect you as a predator, they'll produce a lot of mist. Mist? Are they dangerous? Then the mist itself is not dangerous, but they would pose a problem for our sights, especially when it's nearing dusk. Oh. Don't tell me you used them when you rescued me back in Zathania. You've got a keen eye. Although these flowers only grow in this forest, they are sold in other kingdoms as well. There's not much use for them, though, unless it was to create a smokescreen. But these silver blooms really saved my life. And so they did. Another thing about these flowers is that they create the perfect cover-up. I see. It's a perfect place to keep a secret library hidden. I suppose you can say that. Keisha and Alto continued to chat as they walked, but Alto could not help but feel uneasy. The tall trees that populated the understory cast dark shadows on the forest floor, and the sunlight that permeated through the branches was sparse, making seeing anything around them difficult. Yet despite all that, Keisha was able to walk briskly as if he knew where he was headed by the heart. Alto was about to ask him about that when she suddenly felt footsteps behind her, followed by something being launched? What? Keisha! Duck! Oh, frick. The two managed to avoid the explosion just in time, yet it only took a moment to realize they were completely surrounded. A group of men, most likely bounty hunters, circled around them, weapons glinting in their hands. Your acquaintances, Keisha? Certainly not. Alto leapt to her feet, unslinging her makeshift spear from her back. You, what do you think you're doing, attacking us out of the blue like that? Alto was met with a dagger pointing to her head.
Scram, girl, unless you want to get hurt.
Yeah, our business is with that man over there. So, they're not here for me? I thought they saw my wanted poster around and were chasing my head for the rewards. What do you want from me, and who are you? Oh, don't mind us. We just want to take you where you belong. Back to the Krismali project, that is. Were they harvesting magic from him? Maybe that's why he comes across as someone who should be a magic user, but he isn't. Maybe they stole his magic. Keisha! The man lunged at Keisha, thrusting his dagger at him. Alto pushed Keisha away, parrying his attack with her own weapon. Keisha, run! I'll catch up to you once I'm done with them. You can't defeat them alone! Just go! I'm not letting you go anywhere. Uh-oh. Before Alto could react, one of the bounty hunters had knocked the spear from her hands, leaving her weaponless.
Alto, look out!
Keisha! Oh, frick. Blood. Oh, frick. Uh-oh. Alto stared in horror as blood spurted out of Keisha's abdomen, spraying like a fountain while draining all the color from his face. What color? She said he's pale. The alchemist dropped to his knees, breathing hard as he pressed on his fatal wound, face contorted with pain. Alto rushed to aid him, disbelieving at how much blood he had lost. I'm so sorry. I told you I'd protect you, but... Get out of here, Alto. Their target is me, not you. What are you saying? I couldn't possibly leave you. This body... will be okay. Wait, this body? This is giving me... Something's going on. Something's going on. Something's fishy, but we don't quite know what. He is somehow related to the project, and this has to do with why he dislikes it, I think. No, you're not okay. Look at how much blood you've... With the last ounce of his strength, Keisha managed to kick the bushes around him, forcing some of the silver blooms out of their sepals. The flowers instantly emitted plumes of smoke, enshrouding them in a thick silver mist. While their attackers were distracted by the sudden chaos, Keisha pushed the book he had always been carrying to Alto. The book was laced with his blood. Hey, Alto, can you do me a favor? No, don't act like you're dying here. Come on. Alto grabbed Keisha's arm and placed it around her shoulder, trying her best to lift him. Alto, listen to me. You need to take this book to the underground library. Come on, Keisha. Surely your life is more important than this. No, this is more important. Just shut your mouth and let's get out of here. Look, these silver blooms will cover us. We just need to run as fast as we...
Are you two done talking?
That voice? Uh-oh. A raven-haired male, not older than Alto, stood towering over them, somehow able to locate their presence despite the thick mist. I think this is probably Sol. For Keisha, he was just another one of the bounty hunters. But for Alto, those amber eyes, half-braided hair, and the dangling feather on his ear meant something else to her. Yep, it's Sol. Sol? Long time no see, Alto. What are you doing here? You're with the bounty hunters? It's a long story, but you're not far from the truth. Now step aside. My target is that man over there, not you. No! Stop! Why are you targeting him? He's innocent. He's my savior. Savior, huh? What if I were to tell you that he's a wanted criminal? And that by turning him in, we could meet the person who's most precious to both of us. Sol, what are you saying? And Keisha a criminal? That can't be. Don't listen to him and run. Alto, run! Sol had a strange contraption akin to a flask in one of his hands. He activated it and it glimmered despite all the mist. That vial. It can't be. Alto did not know what he was about to do with the device, but something inside her told her that this might be the last time she could see Keisha again. Sol! Don't do it! It all happened in the fraction of a second. As soon as Sol opened the vial, Keisha's body immediately turned limp. Color drained from his face and all the light from his eyes faded to white. His body dropped to the ground with a dull thud. There it lay, lifeless, unmoving, reduced to nothing more than a corpse. I think whatever they did, the thing he has probably took the life force out, but Keisha's consciousness is probably still existing. Keisha! Alto shook her head with all her might, hoping that there was at least a sign, any sign that may indicate a faint hope of life. But there was none. Keisha's blank eyes stared into hers. She knew at that moment that he was gone. Enraged, she grabbed Sol's collar and punched him in the face. Sol did not retaliate. You idiot! What have you done? You just took a person's life, and not just that. He's my friend. Alto, have you forgotten our promise? Promise? That has nothing to do with this. I'm just fulfilling my part of it. He pushed Alto away, throwing her towards the ground. I promise I'll bring her back. We'll be reunited again, and it will be just like in the old times. With that, Sol turned away to his group of bounty hunters, leaving Alto alone with the corpse of her savior. Oh, frick, guys. Hey, Sol, should we grab the girl? No. Leave her. Got what we wanted. Oh, but she's cute. We can have some fun with her. Sol pressed a dagger on his neck before he could continue any further. Touch her and I'll kill you.
Jeez, I was just kidding. You don't have to get so worked up, bro.
Yeah, let's go to the headquarters and get the rewards now. Sol sheathed his dagger and walked ahead of his fellow bounty hunters. Glanced at the vials in his hand, gripping it tight. Sorry, Alto. But this is for the best. Whatever they needed, Keisha's consciousness is probably in that vial. Although I think she's still trying to carry his body. He's heavy. Dragging Keisha's body was not an easy feat, but there was no way she could leave him alone, even though she knew his body was now nothing more than an empty husk. Guilt gnawed at her with every step she took, and she beat herself up for failing to protect him, her savior, her friend, her... Was it strange to say that she actually admired him? Tears continued spilling down her cheeks like there was no tomorrow. She tasted her salty tears mixed with drops of sweat and blood from her chapped lips. Why? 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 If only I were faster. If only I blocked that attack aimed at me, and he would still be... Ugh. Why was Sol with them? How dare he? Unable to contain her frustration anymore, she threw her bag to the ground, screaming, her lungs out in anguish. She stopped in front of a tree and hit it, and hit it, and hit it over and over again, until her knuckles bled and exhaustion brought her down to her knees. Ignoring the coarse gravel that pricked her knees, she crawled to where Keisha's body lay and gently cupped his cheeks. It was cold. Impossibly cold. What am I thinking? Of course he wouldn't emanate any warmth. He's dead. Keisha's dead. She couldn't even stop someone who she considered one of her closest friends. Why would Sol do this? For their promise? But why would their promise involve Keisha? She shook her head, attempting to push away the thoughts clouding her mind. Staring down at the alchemist, she couldn't help but feel the pain well up in her chest again. Keisha's golden hair flowing in the wind, surrounded by zinnias. Keisha's blinding smile from beneath a crown of flowers. Keisha's hand in hers. She'd never feel any of it ever again. All that remained were her memories and a painting he'd said he'd treasure. And that was gone too, lost in the ambush. Alto clutched her chest. If there was a salve or an herb that could ease this feeling, she'd never know, not without Keisha. She slammed her fists into the ground in a fit of rage, all the regrets and unanswered questions bubbling in her mind. If only I... Interrupting her outburst was Keisha's book, which had somehow slid out from her backpack. The book? That's right. I still need to fulfill his final wishes and deliver it back to the underground library. Screw it. What's so important about this book, you'd risk your life to deliver it anyway? Alto picked up the book and flipped through the few pages of it. It was written in a language she had never seen before, and she had no way of comprehending it. Nevertheless, she continued to flip through the book, running her fingers on each page as if she could still feel Keisha's presence through its papers. I'm beginning to feel sleepy. Is it alright if I just sleep here and find the library tomorrow? Perhaps it was all just a bad dream. Who knows? Maybe when I wake up tomorrow, this nightmare will go away. Hugging the book in her arms, she took refuge among the silver flowers, letting their mists whisk her away to slumber. Here, like an alarm. Okay. I guess that was Cat's phone and he just finally turned the alarm off. In the dead of the night, where no soul stirred in the withered forest, a certain entity decided to finally escape their hiding place, the prison they had willingly placed themselves in. But the silver blooms were the only witnesses to what transpired that night. The book Alto held as the silver mist lulled her to sleep suddenly glowed with a faint gold hue, pulsating as if it was breathing. Just as the light dimmed and eventually died, the life hidden between the book's pages shifted to another inanimate entity, the dead body of a self-proclaimed alchemist. Oh, he hid himself in the book? There between the mists and all the withered trees, breath was brought back into the man's body. The silver blooms watched it all, colors returning to the man's skin, air to his lungs, and all the ruptured arteries stitching themselves back again. It was as if time had rewound and he was never injured at all. His eyes fluttered open, their blank pupils replaced with their original magenta hue. The man stretched, somewhat uncomfortable with the body he was in, and shuffled to his feet. For the soul residing in the man's body, it truly was a strange occurrence, to have eyes, ears, and mouth once again. Nevertheless, the body was once his, and he smiled when he noticed his body had welcomed him without any hostility. Man, they really did a handful on my body. It's been a while since I felt pain. Wait, he seems different. Now that kid's been taken away, I'm afraid I need to restructure the plan again. If only the project hadn't issued a bounty on my head. I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. I didn't expect them to act this quickly. The reawakened man finally took note of the girl who had fallen asleep with the book in her arms. The girl who Keisha had taken a liking to. Also the one who blew up the headquarters. What should I do with her now? She has seen too much. This is not Keisha. This is someone else. The most logical solution would be to purge her, but... never mind. I'll deal with her later. The man walked away from the site, traversing through the mist as if he knew the forest like the back of his hand. Eventually, he stopped at a small clearing, bent down, brushing off the sand and rocks before his hands touched the carvings etched on a familiar door. It's been a while. Home sweet home, oh how I've missed you. Gold light glowed from the door, illuminating the site momentarily. As it died down, it revealed a circular crevice on the ground leading to a set of spiral staircases. The man took his first steps into the underground hatch, but stopped halfway, realizing he had forgotten something, or more specifically, a certain someone. He sighed, retracing his route and returning to the site where the girl lay asleep. How troublesome. Why must I clean up someone else's mess? He mustered all his strength to lift the unconscious girl in his arms, but his fragile body was incapable of doing so. Why are you so heavy? In the end, he settled on draping her across his shoulders, halfway carrying her, half dragging her into the underground light. Wouldn't that wake her up? He could see fresh tears staining her small face, the injuries she had sustained, and the sense of the unpleasant dream she was having. The girl stirred in her sleep. Over and over again, the girl was calling out a name, but the man could not care less, for that name was not his. So, are Keisha and this one guy sharing a body? I am confused. Keisha's in the thing, though. But it did sound like Keisha wasn't used to being in that body. I'll protect you. I promise I won't let any harm befall you when I'm here. Alright then. All right, then, I'll trust you. You can count on me. Oh, and then, What is this? Blood?
I expected to get shot out way more.
Keisha! You're bleeding, why?
Oh, I can't.
Get out of here, Alto. Their target is me, not you. What are you saying? I couldn't possibly leave you. Goodbye, Alto. No, Keisha! So, why are you doing this? He's not the person he claimed to be. He's a criminal. Keisha's okay, I don't think Keisha lied. I think it's just Keisha was in someone else's body, and I think the body he was in was probably the criminal. You didn't forget about our promise, did you? Blood. His blood was everywhere. Keisha's eyes were white. He was not breathing anymore and lay completely still. His body blocked the attack aimed at me, and it was his blood that poured in place of mine. No. This is a dream, right? No, no more. I don't want to see it happening again. Get me out of this nightmare. Oh! Well, that was scary. That actually scared me, guys. Keisha? Quickly, she scrambled up, though she yelled the name. Her movements betrayed her shock at seeing the alchemist standing alive. Eyes big, she stared, taking in his appearance. There he stood, no blood on his clothes or body or clothes, as if none of the nightmare had happened. Anto glomped on the man, putting all her strength into that one hug. Oh, thank God you're all right. Tell you what, I just had the strangest dream. She looked up at his face, only to meet a pair of frigid eyes, which gazed at her with no emotion whatsoever. She's gonna realize this isn't her Keisha. Keisha? What's wrong? The man Alto called Keisha aside and removed her hands from his arm. Something's wrong, I can feel it. I'm sorry to break it to you, kid, but I'm not Keisha. What do you mean you're not Keisha? Did you hit your head on and lose some memories or something? Keisha, say something. As Alto waited for the man to speak, fragments of memories gradually returned to her, and at long last she finally realized that everything that transpired the previous day was no dream. The nightmare was real. She remembered the blood gushing out of the abdomen, spilling to the ground like a waterfall. She remembered the touch of Keisha's cold skin on her fingers distinctively. She remembered the absent pulse on his wrist. But you're dead! Alto stared at the man again. He was clearly breathing, all his wounds gone. How? The man groaned, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He sat on the table next to him, pulling one knee on his chest, and showed Alto the widest grin she had ever seen him wear. Oof. I told you before, I'm not that sweet alchemist you knew. Now that I think about it, even though he looks and sounds the same, he doesn't feel like the Keisha I know. Like, who sits on a desk like that anyway? Keisha would never. Yeah, this guy does look evil. I think this is the actual criminal they're after, is the man that was hiding in the book. So if you're not Keisha, then who are you? Why are you using his body without permission? Me? Use his body without permission? The man laughed in a wry amusement, slapping his thighs. That's got to be the most hilarious joke I've ever heard. And in fact, you've got it quite the opposite. This body does not belong to him. Never did. He's been borrowing my body the entire time.
Oh, I see the cloud.
He leapt off the table, approaching Alto, an unfamiliar flicker of mischief in his magenta eyes. Lithiel? Lithiel? That's... Oh. That's my name. I don't normally tell my name to you mortals, but I hate being called. Oh, what? He just said mortals. Oh my gosh, so is this the guy that's the god of wisdom? The god of knowledge, I mean? Basically god of wisdom, god of knowledge. That's the god of knowledge. I guess he was borrowing his body. That's probably why he could heal it. I don't normally tell my name to you mortals, but I hate being called by someone else's name. Lithiel? Huh? Who are you exactly? If what you say is true, then why was Keisha in your body? Did the real Keisha really die? Lithiel opens his mouth to explain, but closed it when he saw the trembling girl, looking as if she barely had the strength to stand, let alone accept the truth. He dragged a chair to the table and beckoned for the girl to take a seat. Okay, so maybe the guy actually has some feelings because he's gonna make sure she has a seat first. Come here. After making sure the girl obeyed him, Lithiel gave her a mug of bubbling beverage. Drink this. Alto stared at the gray, viscous liquid in it whose smell reminded her of the mortar used to build houses. She fought the urge to question its contents and drank it, reminding her of the first time Keisha had offered her a drink. Drink this. What is it? It's a medicinal drink. It'll restore your energy. But as soon as she gulped its contents, Alto forced herself to swallow the beverage, almost choking herself in the process. Ew, what is this hideous drink?
I'll bet you he died with that.
You don't like it. It's silver bloom soup. Alto almost vomited on the spot. Silver bloom soup? Are you crazy? Don't be so dramatic. Do you see anything in the forest other than silver blooms? No. Right. Well, one's got to live with limited resources somehow. But is this thing even edible? Anything's edible if you try hard enough. That does not answer my question. Humans and their unfounded worries. If it makes you feel any better, my years of research have proven that it is safe for consumption, and that its nectar could even be used for adhesive. I've fixed a few torn books using its nectar. Very useful specimen indeed. That doesn't make it any better. You're technically saying I drank glue. I've prepared you a meal and given you a place to stay. Can't you be a bit more grateful? You're right. Oh, I got an achievement for having his soup, apparently. You're right. I'm sorry, and thank you for letting me stay here. Now that you mention it, where are we? You're a bit slow on the uptake, aren't you? This is my home, which you might know as the Underground Library. The Underground Library? This is the so-called Underground Library? And it's also your home? For once, a smile less equivalent to a sneer settled on Lithiel's lips. Yes, I created this place and lived in it for hundreds of years. Each book you see here is my treasured possession. Hundreds of years? Lithiel, who exactly are you? Have you heard about the myth regarding the exiled god of knowledge? Yeah, it's the one that goes like, the god of knowledge planned some wicked schemes against other gods, and as punishment was exiled from the sky realm and had his power sealed. Did I get that right? Humans truly have twisted my history. Your history? The exiled god of knowledge from the myths is none other than me. What? You're the exiled god of knowledge? No, that's impossible. Does that mean I've been talking to a god the entire time? And that means Keisha has been borrowing a god's body? Why would he do that? And why would you let him? He formed a pack. This may take some time to explain, but I want you to hear it. Maybe then you can help me execute my plan and save Keisha. Save Keisha? You mean? Keisha is not dead, that's what you're wondering. His soul was simply taken by those bounty hunters, which I presume should be on the way to his original body. So Keisha's still alive after all? Thank goodness. But what do you mean by saving him, and what plan are you talking about?
Okay, someone's being cheap. Camping the fucking hangar.
That's really loud. Holy moly.
Stuff right out of the hangar.
Cat, you're really loud.
Right.
Dude. Random F-bombs in the middle of my stream. Thanks. This is serious, too. Okay. Tell me, kid. It's not kid, it's Alto.
There he is.
Okay. Kid Alto, what do you know about the Chris Molly project? Huh? That's a strange question now that I think of it. I recall one of the bounty hunters saying something along the lines of bringing Keisha back to the Chris Molly project. Could he be part of them? No, I think he's what they're experimenting on. I've always admired the Chris Molly project's ideas since I was a child. I was one of the people who couldn't use magic, you see. The Chris Molly project and their vision were like a dream to me. A future where everyone could experience the joy of using magic. Just imagine that. Magic capabilities would no longer be a topic for discrimination. But Keisha once told me that the project's methods are questionable, and that they're doing more harm than good to nature. I still want to believe in their ideas, but... I really do, but there's always a possibility that they're keeping something sinister under wraps. A fan of the organization, aren't you? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't supportive of their vision. Lithiel failed to hide his snicker. I suppose that means you're my fan now. Wait, what? What do you mean? You mean you made the Chris Molly project? No way that's true, right? Lithiel turned to the bookshelf behind him, effortlessly selected some books, and laid them on the table. Oh, welcome back, Dylan. Here's my collection of research, ranging from extracting flux from natural objects and fusing inanimate objects with flux, and my thesis on the initial prototype of the Chris Molly. As Lithiel explained and rambled about his research, the books continued stacking on top of each other until it was a mountain and Alto could only stare at it, her mouth half open. You wrote all these books? How long did it take you? A couple of centuries. Researching flux when you are cursed to live without it is a headache, that's for sure. I could imagine. I still can't believe he's a god. The exiled god of knowledge, too. As he speaks, I'm more and more convinced that he's not just some delusional maniac pretending to be a god. And what's more, he said he founded the Chris Molly project. But submitting my books and research journals may be my greatest regret yet. Why's that? I wrote each of them under a pseudonym, but about 100 years ago, a group of scholars were able to locate me. A bunch of smart humans they were. They shared their visions with me to create a world where magic is distributed equally and begged me to become their mentor. You fill out a place, your name is the only one without something in front of it? What do you mean, Dylan? I just call you by the name you told me to call you. You said to call you Dylan. I mean, your name is Ryder Hardy on Twitch. I can call you Ryder Hardy if you want that. The gym things. Oh. Oh. Oh, you don't have any, those are badges. So yeah, those are badges. There's some badges you should be able to use even without having the gemstone one, though. There's some that are just, you know, all over Twitch. But yeah, that's a Twitch badge. I think if you go to the where the chat is, there should be like a little settings button for the chat. I think you can set something there.
That way.
Okay, that's okay. I was impressed by their enthusiasm, so I taught them. I taught them everything I've learned, everything I know, and just when I thought I finally found human friends I can trust, time happened.
Time?
The only thing that separates gods from humans is mortality. Humans live within a small fraction of our lifespan, so it seems to them that gods live forever and that we don't understand the concept of mortality, that our lives will soon come to an end. But if you know the truth of Gaia and how it came to be, you'll understand that gods and humans are not so different after all. Well, we seem to be eternal. Us gods have an expiry date marked on our heads too.
Truth of Gaia? What does that mean?
I digress. What I mean to say is that as years passed, these humans were undoubtedly getting closer to death, and it wasn't long until the project's ultimate goal took a turn. Instead of creating Chrismali shards to make others experience magic, they wanted to use it to make themselves immortal.
Making themselves immortal? That would require a tremendous amount of flux, is that correct? Flux like that couldn't be extracted harmlessly from nature anymore. It would require a great... Oh, Dylan. Joel says that you're not the only one. I think if you go to your settings, there's some badges that might just be like related to Twitch you can use. But it would require a greater power source to revitalize their body and oppose their time's flow. For once, Lithiel stared at her, unblinking, almost impressed at her usage of technical jargon. She picked it up quickly. You catch on quick, kid. Who told you that? Keisha did, sort of, at least. He lectured me lots when we were in Al-Sharan. Ever mentioning Keisha's name had her heart screaming, yet she tried to swallow the feeling and forced herself to continue. He said that it's impossible to extract the flux from trees and flowers, but he... Wait, he didn't tell me how the Chrismali project is gathering their resources. Oh, good night. Thank you again, Joel, for joining. I hope you get a good sleep.
Take a guess, then.
Could it be that they're extracting flux from humans? Lithiel could not help but snicker, not hiding how amused he was at the girl now.
Now that is a brave accusation, young lady. Are you saying that Chrismali project, the very organization you admire, has resorted to human exploitation?
Well... You told me to guess. Is it too far-fetched? I don't know.
No, you're not far from the mark. There's only so much flux you can harness from things like flowers, trees, and frost, and they desired for much more. Some years after I mentioned the scholars who later founded the Chrismali project, they started to perform these forbidden experiments behind my back. By the time I figured it out, it was already too late. Driven by the favorable results, they continued to extract flux from living beings to achieve their goal of immortality. Started out with animals, fish, chicken, birds, which contained more flux as they possess what other living organisms lack, consciousness. Consciousness implies a larger gift of flux bestowed by Gaia itself, and they exploited those for their own necessities. I tried to stop them many times, of course, but there is only so much a weak non-magic user like me can do.
Lithiel.
Anyway, I was only a matter of time before they committed the biggest sin known to mankind. Manslaughter.
So they really...
The Chalia tribe. They were the first victims up to their abominations. Ambitions. As you probably know, the land that was once occupied by the Chalia tribe is now Chrismalia's project territory. It was not a coincidence that their main laboratory was built there.
You mean that the project was responsible for their extinction?
Partly responsible, yes, but not entirely. The Chalia tribe are a fragile lot, after all.
No way.
Lithiel started to put the book back onto their respective shelves, allowing Alto a moment to digest all the information. Sorry to shatter your dreams, kid, but that's the truth behind the Chrismalia project. Now for where Keisha fits in. Alto immediately perked up, gazing at Lithiel with a pleading, almost desperate look. I won't speak too much about his past, but he was both an alchemist and a practiced sorcerer. Oh, hey, Overlord Rakana. You require food. Yes, go get the food. Food is good. Thank you for the lurk. That is before he was captured by the project and forced to work under them. Keisha. So he's a sorcerer, huh? That means he's been living his entire life with magic. No wonder he seemed to unaccustomed to being inside Lithiel's body. And yes, you know this body is not his. His original body is still in the project's headquarters. I'm curious, how did the pact between you and him happen? Oop. After I tried again and again to put an end to their plans, they locked me in the dungeon beneath their headquarters. I would be left there to rot for the rest of my life, or so they thought. But even if I couldn't use magic, I've got a few tricks up my sleeves. Throughout the years, I've mastered the art of separating the soul from the body. It's not an easy feat, given I've only been training for hundreds and thousands of years just to master it, though I always leave it as a last resort. Anyway, I separated my soul from my body, leaving my body empty in the room, while my soul resided inside the pages of a book, waiting for a powerful candidate to help me demolish the project. I waited for decades. I don't even remember how much time had passed. Staying in a book has made me lose all sense of time. But I finally found someone. Oh, so Lithiel, so the person with the long hair, this probably, a powerful sorcerer who shared the same resentment for the project as much as I do. He goes by the name Keisha. Valuable asset to the project, but reduced to nothing more than a test subject in their eyes. Despite Keisha's magical capabilities, he was nothing more than the project's pawn once he had the Chrismalia shard embedded in him. Leaving the headquarters or doing anything funny would only kill him. Oh, frick. And that was when we formed a pact. I'd give him my body to escape for the time being. He, in turn, would give me his magic capabilities to power a device I'd been working on. Device to end the Chrismalia project once and for all. Oh, so they were going to work together. Such a device actually exists? It's a work in progress. I was building it before you woke up. Okay, so yes. The real Keisha is the guy in the background of the picture in the beginning that we don't know what looks like yet. Unfortunately, our plan has gone to shambles and Keisha's soul is back in the headquarters. He'll be back in his own body, and there's no way the puppet can do anything to retaliate against its master. He's just a puppet controlled by the project. Huh. Is there any way I can help you? I wish I could say yes, but a non-magic user helping me will only pose problems for you, kid. How so? Everyone was born with flux, nature's gift to all conscious beings, but only a few could harness them. It is, in a way, your life essence, so if I were to extract the flux from your soul, there's a chance that you'll die or that your lifespan will be cut off. Extracting flux from Keisha was my original plan. Taking in flux from an experienced sorcerer's soul would pose little to no problem for the body, but to extract flux from a human who cannot control their flux would pose a huge risk. Oh, frick. Oh. Risk it for the biscuit? Do we risk it? Do we risk it? We risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. Risk it for Keisha. I'm willing to risk myself for Keisha's sake. There must be something I can do. Alto suddenly thought of the pins Keisha gave her and brushed her fingers along her lap bowl to search for it, but it was gone. Oh no. Could it be lost from the ambush yesterday? Lithiel stood up, pushing his chair in. I'm sure it must have been a long day for you, kid. Why don't you take this time to rest before deciding on a whim? But Sure, I'd love to extract some flux from you, but as a former god, a human's life is something I cannot trifle with. I understand. Feel free to take a walk in the woods, but come back before sunset, unless you want to get lost in the mist. Okay. Thanks for taking the time to explain this, Lithiel. Yeah, no problem. He looks really shocked. Alright, I think I can clear my head a bit. What should I do first? Let's take a walk outside. He climbed up the staircase and opened the hatch to let above ground. Surprisingly, it was already past noon. It was hard to keep track of time inside the underground library after all. Ugh, I can't stay out too long. But there's a place I'd been wanting to check. She made a mental note of the underground library's location and let her legs and instinct lead the way. Her body led her to the place where Keisha was taken, but she was not here to grieve or beat herself up over what happened. Instead, she looked around the place carefully not to disturb any of the silver blooms resting in their bushes. It must have fallen around here somewhere. Found it! She fished out a flower pin from the throng of bushes, the same one that Keisha gifted her at Al Sharan's market. She breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the pin unharmed in any way. The pink crystals decorating the ornament were fortunately uncracked despite the foray. Attaching it to her clothes once again gave her a newfound resolve. Keisha, I promise I'll save you. Alto turned back and returned to the underground library. I need more time to think. What should I do next? Let's read a book. Deciding it was best to stay indoors at the moment, she took a stroll around the wide space called the underground library. The library truly lives up to its name. There are so many books, I don't even know where to start. She climbed up to the second floor and stopped in front of a random bookshelf, idly scanning the titles. Killing Effects of Plants, Turbidity in Hoshiria Desert, Silver Blooms, a Survival Guide, How to Live with a Single Plant. Last one sounds a bit suspicious. Hold on, did Lithiel write all these books? I knew he's a god and learned to scholar, but still, what a madman. Alto moved away from the bookshelf and proceeded to another one. A book with a pretty spine decorated with dried petal, evidently different from the others, caught her attention. She pulled the book from the shelf and read its title, Zinnias. I remember that flower name. It was the same flower that Keisha... Her hand instinctively touched her hair to where the zinnia flower Keisha had gently placed had once been. Curiosity getting the better of her, she opened the book and started reading. Zinnias are a species of summer plants that thrive in sunny regions. Though it has no fragrance, its bright and diverse colors make them a popular choice for gardens. They come in a variety of colors, including white, yellow, red, orange, purple, and magenta. According to popular flower language, white zinnias represent innocence and goodness, red zinnias represent strong bonds, yellow zinnias represent daily remembrance, while magenta and pink zinnias represent a romantic and eternal affection. Oh, he put the pink one in her hair. I think Keisha loves her, and that was what that meant, but he knew he couldn't stay with her because it wasn't his body. Wait, didn't he give me a pink one? Oh, no, don't think too much about it. He probably doesn't know the meaning. Yup. Yet common folks associate zinnias with endurance in many forms, reminding them that setbacks are temporary and that winter will eventually pass. These flowers are generally weak in cold climates. The strongest signs of frost could kill them. Slightest, not strongest, slightest signs of frost. Yet zinnias live up to their message. People found a new variation that could thrive for a few weeks in the coldest of winters. Alto was so engrossed in the book that she actually finished reading it. Wait, I want to know which one thrives in the winter. There were some technical explanations at the back which she skipped though. Endurance in times of hardships, huh? I'll definitely rescue you, Keisha. Even so, I need a bit more time. Maybe I'll see what Lithiel's up to. Feeling bored, she approached Lithiel, who was tinkering with an intricate-looking device at a corner of the library. Oh, I still can't believe he's a god. It's all seemed like a tall tale, but it feels like he's telling the truth. So the entire time, the Keisha I thought I knew wasn't really Keisha at all. No, that's not true. Even though he was using Lithiel's body, deep down, he's still the kind and gentle Keisha, the person who saved me. Wait. If that's the case, then at the beginning of the thing, when they talk about her being put in prison, oh my gosh. I think, okay, so you know how she delivered the package that had an explosive in it. She did not know it had an explosive. But Keisha must have saved her. He mentioned that she was troublesome and he had already basically gotten involved once. But he could not stop himself from getting involved again. He saved her the first time. He just didn't tell her that. I don't know if it was in his own body or in Lithiel's body, though. But that makes sense now. A familiar painting hanging over one of the library's walls. After closer inspection, she realized it was the very same canvas she gave to Keisha. Aw, I thought it was lost in the ambush. The painting portrayed a moment suspended in time. Keisha gazing at the distant glacial mountains with his platinum hair flowing in the wind. Platinum? Platinum is usually like white or blonde. That was pretty yellow blonde. Zinnia flowers that danced merrily against the wind. Although Alta was not now aware that the man in the painting was actually Lithiel, deep down she somehow knew that the real Keisha would also be as picturesque, fitting snugly inside the canvas. That painting, eh? That boy is really fond of it. I know a piece of art when I see one, so I took the liberty of pinning it there for the time being. Once Keisha escapes from his prison, you can give it back to him. Oh, is he complimenting me? That's a surprise. Ugh. Could you imagine my disgust when he did to you? Oh, when he did to you with my body. Did what to me? What are you talking about? Oh. How does he remember this? He was in the book. Do you realize how awkward it was when he touched your hair and put a flower and held your hand? All with my body? Oh, you were there? I was with the two of you the entire time, damn it. I'm sorry, that's so freaking funny. He's just chilling in the book. He's like, damn it, I didn't consent you to doing that with my body, sir. I'm sorry. That's so freaking funny. As Alta recalled all the moments she had interacted with Keisha, her cheeks gradually turned beet red. Now that I think of it, I've been doing all this with Lithiel's body. Oh my gosh, this is awkward. Teehee. I mean, those are also fairly innocent acts, though. I mean, it's not anything gross. He didn't kiss her, although I think he was tempted to. Oh man. So this could go too. I feel like this could go interesting. Because even if we save Keisha, there's a chance that she could decide that she's in love with Lithiel instead of Keisha. But I think she's in love with Keisha right now. For sure. But that could probably be... I wonder if that's a choice at the end if we have to choose between Lithiel and Keisha. Lithiel, I'm sorry. Don't come near me. This incident might actually make me misanthropic. Misanthropic. Oof. It would be great if he did all that when he was in his body. I explicitly told him not to interact with any humans. Oh, he doesn't like interacting with humans. But he just had to rescue you and fall in love with you. What? Did he say... No, but wasn't it obvious? No? Girl, you and Keisha down bad for each other. You down bad for each other, girly.
You guys didn't know it, but literally the god standing in the room and the book knew. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Oops. You just spilled the beans. Now, shoo, run along. I'm dealing with some sensitive equipment here, and I don't want to trip and ruin everything. Damn. You think I'm that clumsy, sir? Okay. Well, I suppose I'm done exploring now. I don't know what to do. Oops. Okay, he turned away from his tinkering and looked at Alto. You seem refreshed, done with your little adventure. There's still much to explore in your library, though. Oh, that pin you have. This? The one Keisha gave me? Never mind, it must have been my imagination. Wait, what's up with the flower? Maybe he had the I kind of feel like Keisha saw this coming and had a plan B, and maybe that's why he had the gem put in it. Anyway, my device is almost complete. After mulling things over, have you finally decided? Yes, I'm going to save Keisha no matter what. Tell us about the brooch. I think it had something to do with the plan. Make this plan of yours succeed and put a stop to the Krismali project. Even if you might end up losing your life. That won't happen. Good, I like that fire in your eyes. I like have a VA in my brain. Michael J. Tatum, who voices Sebastian from Black Butler. I could totally see him voicing this guy if it like was voiced by like professional voiceover actor person. But first, it's late. Let's get some dinner. I just need to fine-tune it, and we can execute the plan tomorrow. Great, what's for dinner? Uh-oh. Lithiel brought out a pot of steaming soup from the stove, and judging from the smell... don't tell me. Silverbloom soup, your favorite. No, sniff. Keisha, come back. I miss your food already. I'm sorry, that's hilarious. Oof. Oh, cough, cough, erg. Piero, what's going on? You've done it again, haven't you? Oh, that's the bestie. I think that's Ellis. Elise? I guess Elise. Maybe it's Ellis or Elise. I'm not sure which. It's none of your business. Didn't I tell you to stop taking part in these tests? Your body will break if you keep this up. You're as hard-headed as ever. Never mind, come here and let me heal you. But Piero had no strength left to move. He tried to prop himself up by leaning against the wall, but his trembling legs gave up the moment he did. Piero coughed again, continually this time, and color drained from the woman's face when she saw blood instead of phlegm. Piero! She immediately supported him and placed her hands on his forehead, letting her innate power handle the rest. The man's breathing gradually steadied, and all the pain he felt earlier subsided. Closing his eyes momentarily, he took refuge in the warmth emanated by the potent healing spell. Elise. He looked at her face, teary-eyed, skin as pale as snow, face washed with worry. Yes? Thank you. Piero, why do you insist on continuing to help them with the project when you know its true nature? Is ambition really worth all the damage you've done to your body? Is it? It is. It's worth it. I have a mission to accomplish, and I have a vision. Make a better world, a world where everyone is equal, and that is achievable only by harnessing the Krismali's power. After Elise finished casting her spell, Piero gathered himself and rose to his feet. Thanks for always being there for me, Elise. I couldn't have done this without you. He turned to the doorway, but Elise stopped him. Wait, where do you think you're going? Back to the lab. Now the subject 13.
My rival is gone from the project. I must take this opportunity to win Lictus's trust. You're not going anywhere with that body of yours. You need to rest. Your healers instruct you to do so. Oh dear, what will I do with you? I think she cares about him. Although traces of exhaustion laced his words, he could not hide the fondness he held for this woman. I suppose I can't fight you. I'll go get some rest as per my healer's instructions. You better. I can't bear to see you get hurt again, Piero. I'll take better care of myself for you from now on, I promise. You better keep that promise. Though Piero had regained some of his strength from the spell, Elise's arm was still wrapped under his in support. She slipped her other arm around him in an embrace as simple and necessary as breathing, firm but not squeezing him too tightly. Piero sagged into her, wrapping his arms around her and holding her as tightly as he could, which was not as tightly as if it had once been. But for now it was enough, it was everything. Okay, so they're probably in love. Okay. Beneath the Frost, Chapter 6. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The building shook and trembled from the explosion collapsing on itself. The girl struggled to remain conscious. It was a losing battle, except flash of golden hair, someone crying for her to live. In silence, the stranger had disappeared. She tried to get up. Her body had magically healed, but if she could not get herself out of the building, she would die. However, no matter how hard she tried to force herself to move, she couldn't. Footsteps, the swish of a cape. A man with blonde hair and piercing pink eyes was standing over her. Who are you? The man remained silent, but carried her limp body outside the burning building. A safe distance away, he gently placed her down. That man, he saved my life. Now that I think of it, wasn't that man Keisha? A dream? Should have known. Yet it felt so real. It's probably a memory that you couldn't remember. Alto stretched and stood up from the makeshift mattress she had crafted from Lithiel's pile of silver bloom leaves that previous day. Lithiel had still sound asleep in his hammock at the other side of the room, even though Alto could already see the midday sun from the opened entrance of the library. Lithiel, wakey wakey. Ner. Shut up, woman. Wow, talk about rude. I'm not an early riser, all right. Just leave me alone and eat breakfast I prepared on the table. Breakfast? You mean? Alto glanced at the pot on one of Lithiel's tables, holding nothing but the previous night's obnoxious silver bloom soup. The man did not even bother closing the lid, and it would not be surprising if some dust or spiders had even found their way inside. She turned around to protest, but Lithiel was already back asleep. I suppose I'll have to make do with the soup then. Sometimes I wonder how he could even survive. Yucky. Oh. After what seemed like hours, Lithiel finally rose from his hammock, grabbing a bowl from the table and scooping a ladle full of silver bloom soup. Wait, Lithiel, there's a cobweb. Lithiel had already downed the bowl's contents. Ew. Did you say something? Never mind. How are you feeling now that all preparations are complete? I'll only need to borrow your body to power the portal. You're done with all the preparations? But last night the portal was barely... I'm called the God of Knowledge for a reason, kiddo. You mean the exiled God of Knowledge? Anyway, make sure to eat lots, otherwise your body won't be able to handle the process. Here. Lithiel dumped another scoop of dreaded soup in Alto's bowl, and she tried hard not to retch. She slid the bowl back to him. I think I'll be fine without the soup. I ate a bowl for breakfast already. Is that so? All right, then. Let's begin the experiment. After gulping down Alto's bowl of silver bloom soup, Lithiel scuttled to the mirror, or as he called it, the portal. Oi, kid, bring your bed this way. Alto sighed, doing as she was told. Okay, master. Master, it's been a long time since someone called me that. Despite only having known Lithiel for less than 2 days, Alto knew that this so-called exiled god of knowledge enjoyed having his ego pumped. Oop. I mean, he is pretty amazing to have finished all these intricate mechanisms in one night. There. Perfect. Now lie on it and steady your breathing. Alto did just that, but as Lithiel readied the apparatus around her, she could not help but feel restless. There was no way she could be calm. What if I don't have enough flux for the portal to work? What if the portal itself malfunctions? What if something goes horribly wrong and I lose my life? Lithiel paused from arranging the apparatus and turned to Alto, his expression unusually grim. Are you having second thoughts? You don't have to do this, you know. It wasn't your fault that Keisha was taken away. You don't have to feel obligated to risk your life for someone you've only known for a few days. Lithiel has a point. I've only known Keisha for a few days, and now I've realized how I know so little about him. But even though his body was actually Lithiel's, I'm certain that whatever his body may be, he's still the same Keisha that I know. Very true. She still knows the guy inside. And the guy saved her life twice. She doesn't realize it, but he did. No matter what the circumstances, I will save him. But why am I trying so hard for him? Lithiel sighed, leaning on Alto's mattress. Tell me, Alto, why would you go all the way to help out with this plan? It just can't find the healer. It can't just be to find the healer. If it was, then you'd be with your bounty hunter friend. Lithiel was asking the same question I've asked myself. But deep down, I already know the answer, why I'm ready to risk my life for this plan. It's for Keisha. There's not even another option, guys. She's so down bad, there's not another option. She's just like, it's for Keisha, guys. He's done so much for me, and it's time for me to repay him. Repay him? Repay him? Just admit you like him already. See? Even the god of knowledge knows things, guys. He knows they down bad. I did not. It's just, Lithiel put his hand on Alto's shoulder. It's you. I'm sure you can save him. Lithiel. Are you ready? Yes. Good. Oof. After making sure Alto was relaxed and her breathing was steady, Lithiel cranked a lever and soon the mirror's reflection rippled like waves. Its surface lit up and the light shone brighter and brighter. Alto felt her energy gradually ebb away. Her limbs grew weaker, eyelids heavy, and for a few moments, she felt impossibly numb under the bright light. I'm feeling so tired. Just then, something glowed on Alto's lapel. Oh, Keisha's pin, it's glowing. This was the backup plan, I bet. The pin shone a faint glow of gold, and after a while, she felt the energy that had been taken away returning back to her. See, it's probably good. I bet if I hadn't gone back to the forest to find that pin, I probably would be dead, although that would probably... I think as long as you do it first or second, it probably would be okay. It's like if you leave it for last, though, it's probably too dark and you can't get it. Soon the machine finally stopped whirring, and the lights on the floor dissipated. Alto did not realize how loud the machine was until it died down. Only then did she hear Lithiel's shouts. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. What's wrong? I thought you were gone for good. Is everything all right? Any signs of abnormality? Alto examined her body. She sighed in relief when she found nothing out of place. I'm glad nothing bad happened to me. Wonder why Keisha's pin shone all of a sudden, though. Alto took out the said pin from her lapel. The ruby in its center had cracked, and its previously golden frame was now blackened, as if colored with soot. What happened here? Lithiel, come and take a look at this. This pin Keisha gave me. This pin. Lithiel took the pin and inspected it closely. Keisha said that it was a memento from his mother. Oh, that explains it. He returned the broken pin to Alto. In certain cultures, especially in the desert region, it is a practice to pass your flux into an object and give it to the younger generation before you pass away. I assume this must have contained the flux of Keisha's late mother. It must have been activated due to the surge of flux, and it must have protected you. I hate to admit it, but your flux does not seem adequate to open the portal. If we had continued the experiment without the addition of another's fluxes, you might not have made it. I might not have made it, huh? So shuddered at the thought. For this memento, the flux inside it protected me. I must apologize for my oversight. He gazed at his hand with a wistful expression. If only I had my flux back, I could probably see your flux and make proper calculations. Lithiel. Anyway, there's no time to waste. I estimate that the portal will only be open for another hour. Yet if you're feeling weary, you should stay here and rest. I'll save Keisha, and I'll bring that healer friend of yours when I have the chance. No way, I'm going with you! Are you sure? You'll really be risking your life. Don't worry, Risk is my middle name, I guess. That's a strange... What strange parents you have to give you a name like that. It's just an expression. How do you expect him to get it, girly? He's a freaking god, not a human. Anyway, I'm going with you, and that's final. I'm going to save Keisha and bring Elise back. Just you watch. There's no stopping you, I guess. Great, now let's get this portal up and running. Lithiel tinkled with the mirror again and muttered to himself, presumably making final calculations. He cranks a hidden lever, and the portal's reflection started to distort, rippling like water until it displayed an unfamiliar location. Lithiel stood in the magic circle inscribed on the floor. Everything seems to be fine now. Stand in this circle. Alto did just that, and after making sure she was ready, Lithiel cranked another lever, causing the portal to suck them right down. What? Pull the lever! Kronk? Wrong lever. Okay, not the wrong lever, but that's what it made me think of. Oop. Alto had landed directly on top of Lithiel, her poor nose crashing against his chest. Ouch. Get off me, you're heavy. Sorry. I feel like, as much as she likes Keisha, that I feel like you're gonna have a choice at the end over which one you have to choose between. As Alto scrambled to her feet, her eyes gradually adjusted to the new surrounding. The air was stale, and she held back a couple of sneezes from all the dust. Are you alright, Lithiel? I'm fine. I'm fine. What about you? Any missing organs? Also, quickly scanned her body. Done. Good. So we're ready, really in the project's headquarters? Yes, this is the cell where I was locked in. It didn't change that much. How nostalgic. Why are you getting nostalgic over this? It's a strange that someone would get nostalgic over a place where they've been imprisoned for years. Alright, let me get things straight before we charge in. My objective is to retrieve Keisha's body and destroy the generator in the main laboratory. It's probably too late to ask this, but how? I bet that Keisha is loitering in the laboratory as well. Lictus likes to keep him there under his watchful gaze. Keisha is unable to attack Lictus as he has a crystamalic shard embedded in his chest, and that serves as a chain binding him to his master. The only way to remove it is by destroying the generator. And how would you do that? With this. He shows, the key-like object. From its luster and weight, she knew that it was no ordinary key. It did look familiar. She'd seen Lithiel work on it back in the underground library. He placed it into his pocket. It acts as a fuse and does not require any flux input. I'll personally use this to destroy the generator, but it's something you shouldn't worry about. The last thing I want happening is you and Keisha losing your life as it detonates. What about you? This body will live somehow. I am cursed to what you humans call immortality, after all. Alright, if you say so. But didn't he already say they have a finite lifespan as well? Why do I get the feeling he's lying? Great. Let's head to the laboratory. Let's hope luck is on our side and we won't cross paths with Lictus or Piero, though avoiding them is highly unlikely. Elise, Keisha, I hope the two of you are safe. The lab is just along this corridor. But even without looking at the corridor, Alto could already hear the chatters and shuffles of people. Is there another way in? Unfortunately, no, the lab is hardly ever empty. We'll have to wait and lay low for a while, at least until most members shuffle out. Follow me, there's a storeroom above that no one frequents. We can hide there and lay low for some time. Alright. The two quickly scrambled up the stairs, arriving at another long hallway. But just as they move across the corridor... Whoa. Elise? Ellis? Elise? I don't know. Elise? Elise! Alto! Wait! But Alto has rushed towards the room and tackling her into an embrace. Alto? Elise? I'm so glad you're safe. How did you get in here? You have to leave now! Don't worry, Elise. I'll get you out of this place. No, you don't. You don't understand. Understand what? Don't get me wrong, Alto. I'm so glad to see you again. But I'm not leaving. Staying in this project was my own decision. Elise's unexpected words made Alto stagger backwards, her chest stinging upon the realization. What are you saying, Elise? Could you have been brainwashed by them too? I'm not, Alto. Listen to me. You must be out of your mind for siding with the Chrismali project. Don't you know that Sol and I were searching for you these past 2 years? So Look, this isn't the time. You must get out of here. If they find you... Alto! Look... Alto, look out! Uh-oh. Lithiel pushed Alto aside before an attack could hit her. Uh-oh. What was... Uh-oh, I think... Is it Piero? I thought I smelled something fishy going on. Turns out it's just you, Lithiel. Lithiel staggered to his feet, barely dodging the newcomer's burst of magic. Piero. Piero? Whoever he is, he seems dangerous. Alto, run, please. I don't want to drag you into this mess. Hell no. Alto placed her hands on the hilt of her blade, but Lithiel stopped her. No, Alto, you don't stand a chance against him. But... Unfortunately, neither of you are going anywhere. We're surrounded. Stop, Piero. She's my friend. At least return to your chambers. It's not safe here. This place is about to turn into a battlefield. Thank you for the lurk, Blue. No, Alto is my friend and I won't let anyone. My business is with Lithiel, not her. Then you better not harm her. Guards, take the healer to her chambers. Wait, Piero! Elise! Now, where were we? Master would be elated to know you're back, Lithiel. He thought you had escaped for good. Did you perhaps have a change of mind about the Chrismali project? As if that will happen. I'm here to stop you. Piero, what you're doing will only damage nature and cause the imbalance of flux in Gaia. Not everyone should be able to use magic. It would take away too much of the true essence of this world. The true essence of this world? What does he mean by that? Nonsense. Gaia has enough flux to sustain a few people's flux abnormality. He clenched his fist and Alto could see the raw determination in his eyes. It takes a few sacrifices to make a change in the world. Once Gaia has been unified and reformed, you'll only have me to thank. So it was true that Charismali Project does have other agendas in mind. Of course. You're still obsessed with that idea? Let me tell you one thing, kid. The world won't last to see the difference you've made. It will be destroyed before you do, and your battle will be with the gods. Then I just need to harness enough power to fight against the gods. Oop. Well, it seems like you have overstayed your welcome. Now it's time to bring you back to your cell, Lithiel. Maybe if we cut a few limbs off this girl, you'd finally be compelled to help us. Uh-oh. He raised his arm, signaling the other members to attack. They simultaneously raised their arms, preparing a binding spell. Lithiel, what do we do? He rummaged through his bag and took out 2 vials. Brace yourself, we're going to fall. Huh? I refuse to be kidnapped by these people again. Without any warning, Lithiel threw the vials against the floor. Oop. The floor exploded as the chemicals collided, making a gaping hole on the floor. Before they knew it, they were plummeted down. Ah! Curses. The main laboratory is just below us. And Master Lictus is currently conducting some experiments with Subject 13. Wait, don't tell me he's targeting. Oof. Alto braced for a hard landing on her back, but a pair of arms caught her, breaking her fall. Huh? Are you all right? As unfamiliar as the voice was, the warmth radiating off the stranger felt somehow nostalgic. The stranger's sienna eyes took her with concern and mild surprise. You're not hurt anywhere, are you, Alto? He knows my name. Could he be Keisha? As soon as his lips softened to a smile, Alto saw traces of the kind alchemist she once knew. How were you able to recognize me? It's him. It's really him. Keisha. Oh, dang. He's fine, guys. Dude, he's fine. Not gonna lie. She gonna be down even worse than she already was. My goodness. Alto touched Keisha's cheeks as he let her down gently. Of course I know it's you, silly. Even if you look different, you're still the Keisha I know. Really? Really? Alright, let's save the heartwarming reunion for later. Lithiel, what happened to going undercover? That mutt found us first. There he is. Oop. They are hurled down the floor, casting a torrent of dark flux that rained on them. Keisha cast a quick shield, blocking his attacks. Dude, Keisha tall. So you two were in leagues after all. Master has always suspected it, but I find it hard to believe the two of you were secretly acquainted. Piero, stop this. You and I know very well that the Charismali Project's sole motive isn't to supply magic to everyone. Whatever that we're doing, we're just destroying Gaia's balance in the end. Lithiel placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Save your sweet talk, Keisha. I've tried talking him out of it, but he won't budge. Is that so? Then it's unfortunate, but we'll have to resort to violence. Keisha, ready to spell, but the other Charismali Project members circled around him. Keisha, why did you stop? Lictus, talk about bad timing. Oop, so that's Lictus. An old man with white hair covered in a hood. approached the three of them, not worried in the slightest. This is probably like one of your main guys who's been trying to live forever. Lictus, the project's leader Lithiel, had been talking about. Keisha's flux suddenly died down, reducing to nothing but a pale green flame that was eventually snuffed out. Still haven't learned your lesson, Subject 13. As long as I'm around, your powers belong to me. Crystal in the man's robe shone, and Keisha clutched his chest in pain, falling to his knees. Keisha! Alto bent down to inspect his chest. To her surprise, she saw a crystal as large as her palm embedded in his chest, its blue hue flickering unsteadily. My magic is going to be useless with him around. I can't harm him, even though I used to be one of Gaia's best sorcerers. My powers are now bound to his crystal. If only that mud hadn't foiled our plans. Enough talk. Master will destroy them for good at your command. Capture all of them alive. Even the non-magic user. Yes, even her. Lictus's gaze shifted to Alto and then to Keisha. It seems like she can be used as a good bargaining chip. How dare you! Well, I'm not gonna let myself be reduced to a bargaining chip. As the members charged their flux, a plan formed in Alto's head. Keisha, Lithiel, let me handle Lictus. Keisha, since you can't face him head on, you'll take care of Piero. Lithiel, you have to fuse, right? Run to the generator. I'm against this. It's too dangerous for a non-magic user to face Lictus alone. In that case, we switch roles. Lithiel placed a key in Alto's hand. This key, the fuse Lithiel was working on? Oop, a strong blast of flux charged at them, but Keisha managed to make a shield just in time. I must be desperate to ask you this, but I'm counting on you. But Lithiel, you can't use magic. Isn't it more dangerous for you to face Lictus alone? I've known him a long time. I know exactly how to push his buttons. All right. Alto, be careful. Keisha, at the count of 3, break the shield. I'll throw a mist-inducing potion. Alto, you know what to do. I bet that potion is made by silver plumes. 1, 2, 3. What is this fog? I can't see. Alto dashed dashed and missed the mist, breaking through the defense of the other magic users who were caught off guard. This girl's heading to the generator. Stop her! I'm not letting you pass. Move out of the way, Subject 13. He has a name, bro. What are you doing? Are you seriously trying to fight me? Perhaps you were once a god, but you are now a measly human with no magic. Fighting you is a pointless task. It's true you're stronger than me, but my immortal body makes a perfect meat shield. We'll see how much pain your body can take. Explosions rang behind Alto, but she did not dare look back. If she did, she would have chosen to run back and help them. They'll be fine. They have to be. Are you sure you should be worrying about others? Uh-oh. As the mist subsided, the members started regaining their vision, blocking Alto from reaching the generator. Shoot, just a bit more. We're not letting you go anywhere near the kernel of our research. Come on, why are you even part of this research? Don't you know that you're destroying the balance in Gaia itself? Don't speak as if you know what this project is all about. Yeah, the Chrismali is not destroying Gaia, we're reforming it. You're crazy! You're not reforming Gaia, you're destroying it! Alto charged forward, attempting to break through the crowd, but she was one spell too late. Ah! A binding spell was put into her place. Electrifying zaps coursed through her body, holding her in place. No matter how much her feet were willing to move, they would not listen to her commands. Come on, feet, move! Move! The magic users began casting a spell. Alto knew if their attack even reached her, it would be the end for her and the plan. Yet there was nothing she could do. This is the end for you. Is this really it? Alto suddenly caught a glimpse of someone falling from the open ceiling, accompanied by glints of blades. Jeez, what are you doing? Are you really gonna let yourself be killed just like that? Soul? What are you? I don't know what's going on here, but you look like you're in a pinch. I'll handle things here. Now go. Alto realized that the spell binding her was now released. I owe you one! Without wasting any time, she ran to the generator, barely dodging the flux attacks that charged at her. Alright, there must be some indentation where I can place the key. Oh, hot. Her hands felt a hollow slot just below the generator. This must be it. Hope welled in her as she slid the key in the indentation, but Alto, look out! Alto turned around only to see a whirling black vortex tearing through the air, rushing towards her at frightening speed. Keisha! Keisha suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the attack. Yet Alto realized he had no time to cast a shield and that he blocked it with his bare body. Keisha, are you alright? He did not look alright. In fact, blood was spilling from his abdomen. Don't worry about me. I'll cover you, so focus on stopping the generator. Alright. Alto inserted the key and watched as it clacked, turning and pivoting around the keyhole as if it was alive. Oh, the generator. The generator began to whir louder as if overloaded. We have to get out of here. It's going to explode. Alto helped Keisha up, supporting his weight. Keisha. Alto, over here. Here's the last of my silver blue mist. Lithel threw his last vial on the ground, creating a smoke screen for them once more. Yet he did not have to do that, as the other members, including Lictus, were too preoccupied in salvaging the overloaded generator. Pierre, on the other hand, was on the floor, unmoving. Keisha must have knocked him unconscious. Hey, you, Feather Boy. Feather Boy, are you talking about... Wait, aren't you... You best get out of here before you get caught up in the explosion. There's no time to explain, but do as he says, Soul. Alright. Oh, no, what about Elise? Sorry, you have to see me in this state, Alto. I must be heavy. I think I can walk by myself. Keisha's statement only made Alto's grip on him tighter. Heavy, are you underestimating me? Wasn't I the one who saved you from the Vitar boar? You remember that, do you? It was clearly not my most flattering moment. No wonder you were so unaccustomed to your non-magic body. I'm still angry that you chose to hide the truth from me, though. Do you know how worried I was when your soul was taken? You almost gave me the trauma of a lifetime. Oh, look at his little furrowed eyebrows. So cute. Sorry about that. I really didn't want to be any more involved. Keisha. The generator at the back suddenly stopped whirring, and Alto could see the key's light glowing furiously from afar. Keisha suddenly released his grip and lifted her up instead. Keisha, what about your wounds? Will... Hold me tight. Keisha cast a spell, commanding the frosty gale to envelop them. The winds pushed them away from the laboratory faster than their feet could take them. Alto glanced back, catching a glimpse of the chaos behind them. The exploded generators, the members screamed as they disintegrated with it, and the crumbling building. Don't look back. Keisha's words made her look ahead instead, to the flurry of snowflakes to where the light gleamed bright. Where the wind blows. The first thing Alto felt when regaining her consciousness was a comforting wave of warmth. It felt as if someone had draped a blanket over her. Her eyes fluttered open, struggling to adjust to the flurries of snow that obscured her vision. Keisha? Alto, thank goodness. I thought you were knocked out cold. What happened? Well, as you can see, the Krismali headquarters is officially destroyed. Lictus probably got caught in the explosion, and with an explosion of that magnitude, it would be a miracle if he survived. Lithiel's currently looking into the aftermath. I see. So the plan succeeded? Yes, and it's all thanks to you. I wouldn't have made it without thanks to you, though. But please keep your recklessness in check. If I wasn't there, then you'd probably, I can't even imagine. But you were there, and you protected me. That's what matters, right? You. Anyway, I'll go help out Lithiel. I cast a heat barrier on your area, so make sure you stay within its perimeters. Wait, what about your wound? I'm alright. Your healer friend came by earlier to check up on us. Elise was here? And I imagine she'll be dropping by again, so you should stay here. Alright. And after all this is settled, can we have a chat? Yes! Yes, we can! She down bad for you, sir! I think she might be even more down bad for you now. Oh, he's blushing! Do you see the little blushy blushes? He's blushy blushing. Only if you don't mind, of course. Oh, look at Shy! He's definitely the same guy. Like, the mannerisms are all the same. They did I want to say they did a good job with the sprites, making Lithiel and, Keisha different inside of Lithiel's body. Like, the mannerisms and stuff. A little chat. Are you kidding me? Of course I mind. I need a big chat, a lengthy discussion where you explain to me why you've been lying to me. Yes, of course, I was planning to tell you the truth all along. Please don't be upset. They haven't their first fight, guys. They're not even official yet, but they are fighting. They had their first official fight, but they're not official. So cute. I was just kidding. I wouldn't get mad at you. Oh, hi, Kat. I was just kidding. I wouldn't get mad at you. I'll wait until you're ready to tell me everything, Keisha. There's no need to rush. We have plenty of time for us to catch up after all. Alto. Thanks. Now, off you go. Lithiel is useless without the great sorcerer Keisha aiding him after all. I sound excited. Oh, thank you for the alert, Kat. If that's true, he's been relying on me too much recently. I can totally see that. Wait here for me, Alto. I'll be back soon. Alright. As Alto did, as she was told, she caught a glimpse of the lilac hair flowing in the Arctic wind. Elise. Wait, she's carrying someone with her? Wait, what? Alto's eyes narrowed when she realized the person was none other than the unconscious Piero. Of course, I saw this coming. I think Elise stayed around because she fell in love with him, even though he's a jerk. Elise was approaching Alto slowly, trying not to stumble due to the man's weight. Elise. Alto? Alto glared at Piero and then at her. What are you doing with him? Don't tell me you're protecting him. Elise, answer me. That's right, I'm protecting him. But why? Wouldn't you do the same if someone you cared for was injured? Elise, don't tell me you... He's a special person to me, Alto. So special that you'd choose him over us? Alto. No, this isn't the conversation I want to have with you. Me neither. Alto, sorry for dragging you into this mess. Being trapped in the Krismali project was never my intention, and I know both you and Sol must have worked tirelessly to find me. But even so, I still found my special calling in there. And I also found a special person I want to spend the rest of my life with. I'm sure you have too, right? Alto unintentionally blushed, Keisha's face suddenly flashing in her mind. It seems my intuition is still as sharp as ever. Come on, Elite. It's not like that. Yeah, whatever you say. Alto gazed at Elise, her rosy cheeks and hard lines on her jaw, dark bags under her eyes that weren't there before. 3 years has changed her drastically. For better or for worse, that Alto did not know. But what she did know is that Elise was not the same girl she once knew. She had found her purpose, dug out from deep within the snow she had always been buried in, and now her eyes were gleaming with a light Alto had never seen before. How could Alto take away that light? What did she want her to do? Bring her back to the village just to trap her best friend once again? Although Elise never showed it, Alto always knew that the village felt like a cage for her, a cage she could not break out of until the Krismali project took her in. Alto, I'm sorry, but I need to get going before we get caught in the rumors. Wait! Elise, will you be going somewhere far away? We'll be stopping over Lester to rest and settle down for a while. Just for a while, right? That means you'll be coming back? At least to visit? Of course. I'd like to have a proper conversation with you and Sol, just like the old times.
So I guess love interest-wise, you either get Keisha, who's the new guy, who's a part of the project, or you get Sol, who is the one that they grew up together with.
Oh, right, Sol. Don't worry, he's alright. He's resting now, and I can I cast a heat spell to keep him warm. Thank goodness. Well, I'll let you and that guy off for the hook for now, but you better see us again, alright? Of course. It's a promise, then. Take care of yourself, Alto. You too. After exchanging hugs and goodbyes, Elise trudged on to the direction of Belhem mountain range where Lester lies beyond. Did I make the right decision to let her go? I hope I won't come to regret it in the future. What's with the melancholic face? Keisha, you're back. I finished examining the area for some time now, but I thought I should give you and the healer some time to talk. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it. But you don't look too happy. Yeah, Elise has chosen her own path and Keisha put a hand on Alto's shoulder. It's alright, Alto. You made the right choice. Even if the two of you went your separate ways, it doesn't guarantee that your paths won't converge again. I'm sure you'll meet her sometime soon. Yeah, you're right. What are you going to do now? Huh? Now that you have found Elise and completed your mission, is there anything you want to do? Well... Good question. I haven't really thought about what I want to do after finding Elise. I suppose I didn't think that far.
Shirley, you down bad for this guy. I'm surprised you said you didn't want to, like, jump him or something. That's hilarious. Sorry, she down bad, guys.
That's alright. You have plenty of time to think. What about you, Keisha? What do you want to do? The Krismali project is destroyed now, after all. You're a free man. What I want to do? When I first met you, you said you were an alchemist, right? Are you going to continue your experiments? Or perhaps set up your own alchemy shop? Oh, or are you going to stay in the underground library and help Lithiel out? Those are quite feasible ideas. But just like you, I still haven't got a clue. Then we can figure it out together. But before that, why don't we get out of the Chalia region for now and think about it along the way? I'm freezing to death here, even with the spell. Oop. Good point. Let's go then. So what's our first stop? Let's see. Let's go to a place where we'll never be bothered by the frost. Is he gonna teleport them? Oh! Wait, are they going back to this? We're finally here. I can't believe it's just been a few days since we departed from here. It felt like ages. Sometimes the best way to think about the future is to return to the place where we started. That's right. I still remember the first time I met you. You saved me from my death and took care of me. I still remember the first herbal drink you gave me. And I still remember the face you made when you drank it. You can't blame me. It was so bitter. Speaking of herbal drinks, let me boil some water and brew you some. I've collected various herbs throughout our journey from Shalia. Edible ones, I hope. Wait here. I'll go get some water from the stream nearby. Are you sure you don't need a bodyguard? Dude, his face, he's sweating. Oh, hey, welcome in, Raiders. Namin K12, welcome in, and welcome in, Raiders. How are you guys doing? See, it says that you guys were playing Grand Theft Auto 3, the Definitive Edition. Okay. Oh, and it gave double shoutouts. Oops. Another type of shout out. There we go. It says, greetings, the mistress of memory and her oath keepers have guided our way
Make
towards
sure to go
you.
check out Namin
Your
K12.
stream to deliver our support towards you and your community. May our hearts be your guiding key. That's so cute. You're welcome. Oh, I hope you guys had fun. I hope you guys had a lot of fun, Namin, playing Grand Theft Auto 3. Also, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for becoming a gemstone as well. I appreciate it. Let me give you one back. Let me give you a follow back. There we go. I gave you a follow back. Also, if you need to raid and run, don't feel bad. I don't know how long you streamed. You might be hungry, you might be tired, you might have other things you need to do. So if you need to raid and run, don't ever feel bad about that. And if you want to hang out, you're totally welcome to. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that you like my VTuber model. My mama did a good job. I've been playing, a Frost. I think it says, what, a Frost and... What's it called? I think it's a Frost and Flowers. Oh, thank you, Drewby, too, for becoming a gemstone. Yeah, I've been playing this visual novel. It's something... I like visual novels. I don't usually stream them, but that's what I felt like doing tonight. I'm actually near the very end of this story. It's just a free one I picked up off of Steam. I pick up a lot of free ones on Steam when I find cute-looking ones. So it was what I decided I wanted to play. But yeah, we're getting close, and I'm like, please, just kiss. I'm at that point in the story where I'm like, just kiss. Come on, just kiss. We're waiting for the kiss, guys. We already know they're both down bad for each other. And his real body is also really cute. He was inside someone else's body, and now he's in his own body, and he's quite cute. Yeah, he's sweating because she's making a reference to earlier in the game, and it's funny. It sounds very exciting. You do have to go since you have work. Oh, get some sleep. Yeah. I hope you have... Your work is good in 3 hours. I hope you can get enough sleep. Thank you. Have a good sleep, and I hope work goes well as well. Alto smirked and nudged Keisha's elbow, reminding him of the time when he was cornered by a Vitar boar, completely helpless. Oh, he blushes. He blushes. He's so cute. Okay. You got me. That wasn't exactly my best moment. But I'll be fine now that I'm in my original body.
Oh, now he got his confident smile. Thank you. Keisha raised his hand and unfurled his fingers, calling a strong gust of wind to blow Alto's beret away. Okay, I get it. You're powerful enough on your own, but you didn't have to do that. Do what? Don't act dumb. Give me my hat back. Oh, it's back. Okay, that's funny. Alto, you're so fun to tease. Keisha gently placed his hand on Alto's head. Come on, kiss her. Kiss the girl, damn it. You don't have to worry about being my bodyguard anymore. From now on, I'll be the one protecting you. Oh, that's like awesome. I love that. Look at you being all high and mighty after you've regained your powers. Don't forget who the stronger one was. But I was in Lithel's body, so it doesn't count. I still saved your life, so it's all the same. All right, you win. I'll go and fetch some water now. You can set up a tent in the meantime. Okay, but the tent's still there. JK, it's probably just the same picture. And we're back. We're back to where we started. This place sure brings back memories. I remember washing Keisha's vial, gathering plants with him, saving him from the Vitar boar, painting flowers with the paint he specially made. It's hard to imagine that it has only been a few days. But I really need to think of what I want to do now. Now that I've found Elise, there's no way I'm going to continue being a knight. And it's a bit impossible to return to Zethania with the bounty on my head. I don't even know how she got the bounty on her head, really. But it's confusing. After setting up the tent, Alto lay down on the grass, gazing at the endless clear sky. I wonder what Keisha has in mind after this. If he'd let me, I'd love to travel with him. But then again, I'm sure he has many things to do and I don't want to keep being a burden to him. Look at your furrowed brows. You seem to be lost in thought. Oh, Keisha, you're back! Here to share some of your thoughts with me? I'm just thinking of where to go after this. Perhaps you can return to your village. I'm sure your parents would be delighted to see you. That's not a bad idea. If you ask me, I'd like to spend more time with you before you leave. Oh, he blushy. Oh? I mean, we've been through a lot together. I don't want things to end so early. Who knows when our paths would cross again. Just kiss the girl, damn it. Kiss her. Keisha. I want to spend more time with you too. I just didn't expect you to think the same way. I thought you had other things to do. Not as important as spending time with you. Aww. You know, Keisha, you once said you don't have much interaction with girls, but it seems like you have a real knack for womanizing. Oh. Me? Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, he's blushing again. Oh my gosh. You don't? No, that it's, why must you always make me flustered? Because that's so freaking cute to see MC get flustered. Well, now that we're here with my original body, there's something I'd like to show you. What? What are you gonna try to show her with your body, sir? Oh, what is it? Oh, a magic show. Okay, I got worried for a second, guys. Just admit you're trying to show off your skills now that you've regained your body. You're not wrong. The last time we were here, you gave me a flower crown. And now it's time to return. Aww, what's he going to do? Close your eyes. Alto shut her eyes, doing as Keisha said. Don't open your eyes until I say so, alright? Jeez, what's with the suspense? Keisha gently took Alto's hand. His hand was calloused, rougher than Alto's hand, yet warm and comforting. Soon Alto felt her feet lift up off the ground, touching nothing but air. Her grip on Keisha's hand tightened, the thought of flying causing a momentary fear in her stomach,
Yeah, she kept her eyes closed. She trusted Keisha. She knew he would never harm her. You can open your eyes now. Oh? Alto slowly opened her eyes, and what awaited her was scenery she had never seen before. She was high up in the air. Below her were thousands of colorful flowers dancing in the wind's rhythm. I hope you're not scared of heights. Well, just a bit. Don't worry, I've instructed the wind to make sure you won't fall, even if you let go of my hand. If you're still dubious about the safety, I can explain how it works. I've commanded my flux to pull the air present at the ground upwards to higher elevation and reduce the downwards force in this area here. So he's interacting with the gravity. Idiot, Keisha. This is where you're supposed to pull me closer and whisper something romantic in my ear. Not recite an entire textbook. Oh, do forgive me. Keisha pulled Alto even closer towards him such that her nose was touching his chest. Whoa. So just, you know, I was just joking. You know, Alto, I never would have known that such a beautiful sight exists if I'd never escaped from Project's clutches, and if Lithiel hadn't struck a deal with me. It was the most difficult decision I have made, and the riskiest one too. Yeah, it sure is dangerous, especially when you had the Chrismalia shard embedded inside you. But with great risk comes great rewards, though this time the rewards wasn't just attaining my freedom. The true reward was meeting you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see this view with my own body. So thank you, Alto. Gosh, he's cute. You saved me. I wonder if I don't know if the artist that made the sprites is also the one that made the art for like the CGs. Keisha. Alto opened her mouth to speak, but Keisha placed a finger on her lips. Don't act all modest now. Lithiel told me you've been risked your life to rescue me. Extracting flux from a non-magic user is a huge hazard, and powering up his portal was originally my job. But anyway... Oh no, it sounds like I'm in for a big lecture. I can't believe you put yourself in such a precarious situation just for me. I know very well how brave you are, but your action goes beyond bravery. It's pure recklessness. You mustn't throw away your life that easily. If you're gone, I don't know what I'll... He's angry. But Keisha, that time when Lithiel extracted my flux, you saved me. Saved you? What do you mean? The pin you gave me last time, it ended up saving me. So it seems like I owe you my life once again. My mother's pin? This may sound like an insensitive question, but where is your family now, Keisha? Uh-oh. Oh no, they died trying to protect me from the project's clutches. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I wonder he was angry when I talked avidly about the Chrismali project. They were responsible for his family's deaths. There's no need to make that sad face. Now that I've put up a stop to their plans, I can finally come to terms with it. Keisha. Sorry, I didn't mean to dampen the mood. You gave me an idea. How long has he been in their clutches? I told you, I was raised in Al-Sharan, right? Last time we visited, I didn't have time to show you around because I was worried we'd be attacked. But now that I'm in my original body and that the project is demolished, I can promise that no harm will befall us. Keisha, are you inviting me to come with you? What I'm trying to ask is... Alto, would you like to come with me to Al-Sharan? I was in Lithiel's body the last time we went, so I didn't feel like I was genuinely with you. This time I'd like to take my time to accompany you wherever you'd like. It doesn't have to be Alsharan, of course. We can go to Leicester or Waycott or wherever you want to go. He just wants to be with her together. Alto's heart skipped a beat. She had been waiting forever for Keisha to say that, and now that he did, she felt like it was good to be too good to be true. Alto, are you all right? I know this is a bit sudden, but the wish of seeing the world together with you, this time with my own 2 eyes, has always been close to my heart. But there's no pressure, of course. You might have other things to do.
Keisha, I'd love to go with you.
Really? Do you really mean it?
Of course. I don't want our adventure to end just yet. There's still so much to explore in Gaia, and there's much more to learn about you.
Me? Why would you want to learn more about me?
Of course I want to, silly. You've been living inside another body, and you even hid your true intentions from me. It always feels like you're keeping a barrier between us. But this time you're free, and I have all the time in Gaia to get to know you.
I still don't know why you consider me a worthy specimen to study, Alto.
Ooh, he's a handsome specimen. What are you talking about, bro? She down bad for you anyway.
But I'll consider your answer a yes to be my invitation.
Of course.
Well then, shall we?
Keisha extended a hand towards Alto, and she, without any hesitation, placed her hand on his. The sorcerer smiled, gently lifted her hand, and kissed her knuckles, a move that made the usually composed Alto turn beet red. What was that for? LP kissed her hand. Well, there we go.
Is a custom in the desert. A kiss on the knuckles shows how grateful you are to the said person.
Oh, I see. Man, that surprised me, so it was just a custom! Keisha snickered. He was, in fact, telling a lie.
Oh, bro lied. Keisha, you womanizer, you.
Where he was from, a long kiss on the knuckles could only mean one thing, an unwavering loyalty and devotion to a single entity, and for Keisha, that person was Alto. Aww! Not that he would ever tell her, or maybe he would, when the time presented itself. Yet he promised himself that it would be the last lie he told Alto.
Alright, let's head down. The wind is picking up, and I don't want you to catch a cold.
Wait, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you, Keisha. So this is his last lie, guys. His lie is that he wants to stay with her the rest of his life. That's precious. You know, the first time I met you, I had this strange feeling that we've met before. Are you the one who saved me from the headquarters explosion?
Took you a while to realize.
I knew it. We have met before. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
What can I say? I'm a man of many secrets.
Too many secrets. But anyway, that's one mystery solved. I finally got to know who was my savior was. It was you all along. It's a bit too late to say this, but thanks for rescuing me back then, Keisha. And also when I almost got executed.
You seem to have a knack for getting into trouble. I have to apologize too for keeping so many things secret from you. Don't worry, from now on, there won't be any secrets between us.
Right, I'll have all the time in the world to get to know you better. See, he just now made the promise, so yeah, that was his last lie, and now he's promising to never lie again, but Girly doesn't know. It's okay, she down bad for you, sir. Be prepared for an onslaught of questions. The two giggled as they walked amongst the field of flowers, hand in hand, walking in sync with the grassland's timid dance. A cold gale from the glacier mountains brushed past them, but at the very moment they knew the warmth they had found within each other was all they needed to fight any frost. That was so precious. That was so cute. Oh, this is Keisha's good ending. It said I got Keisha's good ending, guys. Oh, hello. Doot doot. But yes, it said I got his good end. Yay. Ayo, I did that first try. I got the good ending. That's actually, maybe I know these types of things well enough. I don't know. Ah, that was awesome. Oh.
Hmm. As for a raid, my friend Rinbu is playing Date Everything, so not quite a visual novel, but kinda. It's got similar vibes. It's definitely more of like a dating sim. So, let's go ahead and I will get us ready for a raid. Here. So yeah, the first raid message is the everyone one, and then if you have a subscription, the second raid message will work. Oh man, this story was really cute though. I enjoyed it. So yeah, that was him in the opening right there. We just didn't get to see what he looked like. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow night. But I'll